in fulfilling these tasks. Also, as a renewed expression of interest in participation, and on the back of the experience of the 3 previous regional conferences, I propose that the spokesperson selected by the non-governmental sector organizations that took part in the regional consultation prior to this conference be able to take the floor during the plenary debate without the right to vote. I'm referring to the spokespersons of the civil society, the private sector, the Scientific and Academic Committee, as well as the Parliamentary Fronts Against Hunger. Statements would be made according to the timetable, giving priority to interventions by the member delegations, to be followed by official observers and then non-governmental organization representatives. Does any delegation have objections to this proposal? If not, it will be approved.
No habiendo objeción.
Seeing no objections, the spokespersons selected by non-governmental organization sectors as registered with the Secretariat of the Regional Conference will be able to intervene in plenary debates. Moving on with our order of the day, we will now review the provisional annotated agenda, LARC/22/1, and the provisional timetable, LARC/22/2, Rev 1. I would like to propose to delegations that the report of the senior officials meeting, which was supposed to be approved tomorrow morning, be included in the report of the regional conference. It will be reviewed and analyzed on Thursday afternoon and adopted on Wednesday at 11 o'clock, provisionally speaking. Namely, the outcome of our work will be compiled in a single regional conference report with the conclusions, recommendations, and comments that have emerged in the 5-day session. This will allow us to have more time for discussions in plenary so that the work of the rapporteur with a group of delegations which support him will be facilitated. It will also mean that delegates have more time to analyze the report they will have to discuss and adopt on the last day of the conference. I would now like to ask whether any delegation has an objection to this proposal. If not, it will be considered to have been approved. Seeing no objections, the proposal is so approved. I would now like to invite delegations to provide their views on the draft provisional annotated agenda and provisional timetable. Ecuador, you have the floor. The delegation of Ecuador has the floor. Thank you very much, Chairman. Given that this is my first time taking the floor, I would like to congratulate you on your election as chairperson of the regional conference. We have no doubt that your leadership in the national context will be reflected here. I would also like to welcome the distinguished delegations who have been kind enough to join us here, both in person and virtually, and highlight the participation of those who are taking part virtually. I just have one comment. Given the global context, I would suggest that at some point, as you deem fit, we address the following topic: the increase in food prices and agricultural input prices. That's all for now. Thank you, Chair.
Pongo a consideración.
I submit to the delegations the proposal of the delegation of Ecuador that we include a segment on the topic of food price and agricultural input price increases. Argentina, you have the floor. Thank you. I would like to express thanks for the hospitality that you have shown us and congratulate you on your election as chairperson. We have no objections to the proposal. However, we do feel that it should be dealt with under any other matters. Thank you. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have the floor.
I wish to support the suggestion by the delegation of Ecuador. And I say so on the heels that we are facing a confluence of circumstances whereby food prices are not only going to be affected and impacted by the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, but we are at a particular period where we have witnessed over the last 2 years, because of significant disruptions in food supply chains as a resultant implication of the COVID-19 pandemic, that we really cannot say, coming out of this conference, the impact that it is going to have on food prices. And whilst I support the presentation by the delegation of Argentina, I think that we cannot leave Quito without having as a major consideration on the agenda the issue of the impact on food prices of all that is taking place. And not only what is happening in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but also the existing impact that existed because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I wish to fully support the delegation of Ecuador.
Ahora el representante.
Thank you. Brazil has the floor. On Zoom.
No se escucha, señor embajador. Está en...
We cannot hear you, Ambassador. You appear to be on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by congratulating you for your election and express our full support for the works of this conference. Of course, we would like to support the proposal coming from Ecuador. I think it's a very important item to be discussed here. But in order to direct our discussions, I understand we need a document that would serve as base for our discussions. And this document most probably would be the presentation made last Friday at FAO headquarters by the chief economist, Maximo Torero. I understand there is a translation in Spanish and English and French, and this would be important to put some limits for our discussions. Otherwise, the importance of the subject and the interest behind would taken too much time without a clear conclusion for our interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative of Brazil. I'd now like to give the floor to Guyana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and let me also join with all my counterparts around the Caribbean and Latin America to congratulate you for your leadership to this conference. And I also want to thank those persons who have reposed the confidence in me to be the vice chair for this regional conference. First of all, I want to say that food prices is a very, very important issue now around the world. And with what is taking place, we have had the pandemic for 2 years. We have had the war in Russia and Ukraine. And we have had other issues that exacerbate the situation with food prices around the world. And we as a region in Latin America and the Caribbean, especially in CARICOM, we are now looking at proposals and ways how we can bring down the food prices around our import bill. and reduce our import bills. So I want to say that I am in agreement with the proposal from Ecuador. I think we can come out here when we leave this conference, we can come out with a lot of measures that we can put in place and take back to our country and region so that we can work together to reduce the food import bill of Latin America and the Caribbean, and also be food security for this part of the world. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you. Cuba has the floor. Good morning, everyone. The Delegation of Cuba would like to greet the chairperson and other representations and delegations present here today. We endorse the proposal of the Republic of Ecuador. We believe that addressing the prices of inputs for agricultural production and food prices is essential in this conference, as it does have a bearing on the four betters and local sustainable and resilient development. This has all been severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic already. Thank you very much. Having received the support of the delegations of Cuba, Brazil, Guyana, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, supporting Ecuador's position and proposal, I'd like to express thanks and ask for your permission to also endorse Argentina's proposal vis-à-vis the placement of this topic in our agenda. Thank you.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to mention that all documents of the regional conference are on the virtual platform for the regional conference, which you have access to. The documents are posted in Spanish, English, and French. Thank you.
Me gustaría mencionar a los
I'd like to mention to members that, as set out in the agenda and timetable, after we discuss the items on our agenda, we will have summaries and the presentation of conclusions. They will be concise and based on the discussions of the regional conference. After having been discussed in plenary, they will be provided to the rapporteur so that they can be included in the report of the conference, leaving some flexibility for the rapporteur with a group of delegates who support him can finalize the draft report without reopening any substantive debates, which continue to be the plenary's prerogative. Lastly, I would like to note that with a view to adequate time management, it's important that we start each plenary session as punctually as possible and that we be strict in the use of our time. Next, according to the order of the day, we can start reviewing Item 3, Regional Results, Priorities, the Four Betters and the Sustainable Development Goals, Part 1. This is set out in document LARC 22/3/Rev1 and Item 7, the Multi-Year Program of Work, MyPow 2022-2025 for the Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, document LARC/22/4. The Assistant Director General and Regional Representative will introduce the documents after a brief introductory video. After the introductory statement by the ADG, we will open the floor to the plenary so that delegations, official observers, and non-governmental actors, spokespersons can take the floor. Please go ahead and show the video now.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas
the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean have achieved large-scale results in achieving inclusive and resilient food systems. 31 countries took part in South-Southern Triangular Cooperation, and there was a 30% increase in agreements between FAO and the private sector. Unfortunately, the interpreters cannot hear the video audio properly.
Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Invito al señor.
I would now like to invite FAO's ADG to introduce the documents before us. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Distinguished Minister Pedro Alava, Chairperson of the Regional Conference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to begin my introductory comments by citing FAO's Director General in his statement to the extraordinary meeting of the G7 Agriculture Ministers. We join the UN Secretary General in his call to end the war, restore peace, and protect our people's lives. We stand by the people suffering in Ukraine and express our solidarity to their people, particularly those who are living through agriculture. I have been tasked with summarizing the documents before us on the regional results, priorities for betters and SDGs achieved by FAO in Latin America and the Caribbean. FAO, despite restrictions, and the budget was slightly higher than the previous biennium, the budget allocation. The total budget for operationally active projects in the biennium amounted to $760 million, and we ended the biennium with a project portfolio, which is still being negotiated, of $650 million. During the biennium, FAO mobilized $426.5 million for the region, 78% higher than the previous biennium. 82% comes from multilateral sources and countries in the region, and just 18% was provided by members of FAO from outside the region. Excellencies, the region plays an irreplaceable role in contributing to global food security. It provides food to satisfy the caloric needs of some 1.3 billion people, that is 1 in 6 people on our planet. In order to maintain this contribution in 28 years' time, the region will have to be capable of feeding 300 million additional people. This is a huge task. And this burden lies on the shoulders of 22 million farmers, livestock herders, fishers, and aquaculture producers, most of whom are family farmers, smallholders, and medium-scale producers. Members, including members from the region, approved some 9 months ago the FAO Strategic Framework 2022-2031. This provides us with a roadmap to tackle the complex regional challenges and enhance our agri-food system's potential. This roadmap, as defined by you, the members of FAO, consists in supporting the 2030 Agenda through agri-food system transformation to make them more efficient, more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable, to achieve better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. This transformation of agriculture and food systems needs to be consistent and aligned with the characteristics, conditions, and priorities of each country and their food systems. This is the only way to achieve this transformation, given that it will be the outcome of wills, commitments, and actions on the part of specific actors, be they public or private, that make up our agriculture and food systems from the farm to the table. This transformation will have to include them and can never go against them. Now, without this transformation, we cannot honestly think that we are capable of envisaging food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean as being able to maintain their prominence and vibrancy in a world that is changing faster than ever. As others have said, we are all either busy being born or dying. Now it's necessary to link this 2022-2031 strategic framework with the local context. This is about regional ownership. We submit to you the 3 regional priorities based on the recommendations of the previous regional conference, adapted to the strategic framework's guidance, and also, very importantly, the conditions that stem from the pandemic, its social and economic consequences, and a recovery which, until now, has been unequal and insufficient. These 3 priorities of regional initiatives are as follows. First, sustainable food systems that provide healthy diets for all. Second, prosperous rural societies that are also inclusive. Third, sustainable and resilient agriculture.
Los cuadros.
You can see the charts 1, 2, and 3 in LARC37/2 explain the priorities and how they're related to the FAO Strategic Framework for 2022-2031 through the various PPAs. And they also lay out what targets of the SDGs will contribute to each regional initiative. The first RI on sustainable agri-food systems notes the fact that in our region, the pandemic pushed 60 million more people into moderate or serious food insecurity. And this is added to the horrifying and morally unacceptable statistics of 267 people, that is 40% of the regional population. I would like to reiterate these figures because they deserve respect and reflection. That is, 267 million human beings in this region are living in conditions of moderate or serious food insecurity. And we can't just blame the pandemic because hunger had been growing in the region since 2015. Agri-food systems in the region have been able to maintain food supply during the worst moments of the pandemic. And we salute the farmers, transporters, traders, those who work in agro-industry who exposed themselves so that the health crisis did not also become a food crisis. And yet still hunger grew because in LAC there isn't a lack of food. We don't have hunger because the farmers are not doing their job. We have hunger because there is far too much inequality and poverty. Along with hunger, we see a spiraling epidemic of malnutrition in this region. Obesity affects 1 of every 4 adults, and 1 of every 13 children under the age of 5 suffers from being overweight. This is because food that is low in nutritional value is replacing diets based on diets that come from the fields and bodies of water of this region, like fish, meat, dairy, vegetables, and fruit. We have seen a breakdown in the link between food and health because feeding oneself in a healthy manner in LAC, particularly in the Caribbean, is much more expensive than eating a poor diet. So we need a open international trade system based on transparent standards that is predictable and non-discriminatory. That would be a potent tool to attack these problems at the root. The second regional initiative notes contributing to creating conditions that will build prosperous, inclusive rural society. Since before the pandemic, the region had been noting increases in rates of poverty and extreme poverty. The pandemic seriously aggravated this situation, and half of the population that lives in the fields of LAC is poor. 1 of every 4 people lives in conditions of extreme poverty. 82% of those who work in agriculture and fishing do so informally. Rural women live in unacceptable conditions of exclusion. They are mostly women without effective rights. Indigenous and Afro-descendant populations continue to suffer from exclusion and discrimination at such a magnitude that it is translated into the very worst social indicators. Rural young people find few opportunities for development in the fields, and therefore they migrate to the cities. This leaves an aging rural population. Can we talk about sustainable development in these conditions? Family farmers deserve special attention. With scanty access to credit and technical assistance, with little to no internet connectivity, with lacking infrastructure and quality services, they have to come up with a way to provide us with a very important part of the food that we consume. Let's imagine what they would be able to do if they had better production, better job opportunities for their young people, if we were able to provide a value in the field, if we were able to overcome the restrictions that tie their hands. The Hand in Hand initiative is a tool that would make use of advanced digital tools and big data to place value in the potential of the territory with high levels of poverty and hunger. It is already underway in 6 countries, and we have been able to reach a new stage of mobilizing investments. The third regional initiative is working with countries that are transiting to a more sustainable and resilient agriculture system. Producing more to sustain the food for 1.6 billion human beings in just 28 years is a monumental task. But we know that we cannot continue to produce the way we have at the cost of deforestation, soil degradation, accelerated erosion of biodiversity, the disappearance of mangroves and fisheries, or pollution of our waters. Any farmer, any fisherman knows that it is materially impossible to boost production or raise productivity if we are degrading the soil, water, seas, forests, and ecosystems. And anyone who is sending agri-food products to the markets knows that environmental quality in production is increasingly a competitive factor. We need to find ways to produce more in the face of climate change. This is no easy task. We need to work so that our food systems are adapted and resilient to climate change. The region needs to fulfill its shared but differentiated responsibilities in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We need to put a stop to deforestation, promote sustainable livestock raising that is low in emissions, and incentivize recarbonization of the soil and recovery of our ecosystems that have been degraded or greatly compromised. All of this requires enormous innovation and investment. This regional initiative will continue its successful work to mobilize environmental and climate financing for its countries. Many issues will be worked on jointly among these three RIs, and I'd like to underscore the case of the spike in food prices and agriculture inputs. In the current context, the FAO cannot ignore the possibility of a food crisis breaking out in the region. However, we still have time, and it is still in our hands to make the decisions we need to make sure that that does not come to reality. All of these priorities have one condition: innovation. Technological innovation based on science and also ancestral knowledge. Institutional innovation. Innovation in the way that we govern. Digitalizing agri-food systems and rural societies is priority number 1 for the FAO. Our commitment is that each regional initiative will be a driver of innovation, and each project will be an experience for digitalization. Your Excellencies, I will once again remind you that in 1949, in this very city, this beautiful city of Quito, the delegates of the first regional conference made definitions and took cross-cutting decisions that ensured that the region, its agri-food systems, and its rural societies would overcome the enormous consequences of the Second World War. The context in which you are deliberating today is no less complex and no less immense than at that time. We have full confidence that this 37th session of the Regional Conference of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean will live up to its circumstances. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you to the regional representative of the FAO. I will now invite the delegations to express their comments with regard to the topics that have just been presented. Focused during this first step on the results achieved by the FAO in the region during the 2020-2021 biennium. In these segments, we will be focusing on the priorities for the 2022-2023 biennium. And therefore, I request that the Secretary please inform us of the way we will be participating. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to once again inform you that all of the documents that are being discussed are presented presented at the various sessions are available at the FAO website for the regional conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. And I would also like to note that those who would like to speak should make that known by pressing the button on your microphone so that we are able to put them on the order of requests for the floor. We are also doing this with Zoom for those who are joining us virtually, and we will have a list with both those who are in person and on Zoom. Please do not forget to lower your hand on Zoom after making your intervention, and we would like to request that those speaking please limit their comments to 5 minutes so that we can have as many interventions as possible, given that they will be held until our available time for the plenary runs out. The idea is that everyone has a chance to participate, and we will be able to do that if we have the interventions limited to the time limit in place. The interventions will be made in order of the request for the floor, and we will first hear from the delegations of the members, then official observers, and the spokespeople for non-governmental stakeholders. In line with Article 12, Paragraph 19 of the General Regulations of the organization, the chair of the conference has the ability to limit the times of interventions and request that each delegation intervene only one time if necessary in the interest of time. Thank you very much, Chair. Therefore, I would like to reiterate the importance of limiting the time of our interventions to no more than 5 minutes. And I would like to request that the Secretariat please inform the speakers when they have 1 minute left. Secretary, we will begin the plenary with the interventions. Guyana is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And first of all, let me also extend once again to the people and government of Ecuador for the hospitality they have given us, me and my delegation. And I think all my colleagues would have shared that same sentiment. It's a wonderful preparation for this conference in this great city of Quito. Esteemed ministers, I am honored once again to address you on this very, very important topic. I would first like to thank the FAO for their perpetual support in the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. As a country, we have witnessed and experienced their unwavering commitment and effort to push Guyana towards achieving food security, to make sure our people have regular access to enough high-quality food to live active, healthy lives. We are in a race against time, ladies and gentlemen. There are 17 sustainable goals, and we have less than 2 decades to fulfill them if we hope to preserve the planet and the human population. The challenge is daunting, but with the regional commitments and support from the FAO, we are on the right path to meet our goals. Supported by our political commitment, the FAO has provided a great deal of support in strengthening local institutions, legal frameworks, and governance system needed to promote food security. I would like to highlight some of the areas that FAO has supported our country, Guyana, over the last years. Guyana's fishery sector is currently receiving support from the FAO to strengthen the strategic and regulatory framework for inland fisheries and aquaculture development, to manage sustainable development of inland fisheries and aquaculture. The Aquaculture Bill and Fisheries Act developed under the project are being finalized under the FAO Sustainable Wildlife Management Program, while a strategy for the inland fisheries and aquaculture sector has been developed and finalized. In 2020-2021, the FAO extended support towards strengthening rice production, monitoring system, and investigating value chain opportunities in Guyana. This initiative has helped to improve institutional monitoring of rice production, while supporting the local development of a roadmap to diversify the country's rice value chain. And the issue of data, FAO has continued to support Guyana to implement agricultural statistical instruments for the integration of the SDGs in national planning. In 2021, a statistical needs assessment was done and will continue with a strategic plan for agriculture and rural statistics, which will serve to strengthen our methodologies for the monitoring of our SDGs indicators. FAO has also supported our fisheries industry through the provision of technical guidance and a study on low catches for marine fisheries. Guyana has also been a part of several multi-country projects, namely, Guyana, as well as our eastern neighbor Suriname, experienced severe flooding in 2021, and this showed the vulnerability of our food system. Almost 90% of the agriculture sector in Guyana during last year's flood were devastated. The FAO provided emergency response and early recovery support to smallholder farmers affected by the 2021 floods in Guyana and Suriname. Since the launch of the project in 2021, farmers have benefited from emergency flood relief distributions. Farmers have also received agricultural and livestock inputs arising out of this, a special mapping exercise of the beneficiary in collaboration with the ADRM specialists using GIS is ongoing to support the capacity of the Ministry of Agriculture to assist farmers to recover from future emergencies. The FAO continued to work on value chain development for commodities such as cherry, brackish water shrimp, sheep, corn, and soya. These are being strengthened by developing a medium to long-term strategic plan for the industry, increasing investments, and increasing market access for farmers. To continue work on regional food system, the FAO has been assessing national food control systems to enable enhanced food security in the sub-region. 64 Guyanese focal persons have benefited from training to conduct the assessment of food control systems. The assessment is currently ongoing with an expected completion date in June 2022. Guyana, through the FAO, is also embarking upon the disposal of obsolete pesticides, including POP's promotion of alternative and strengthening pesticide management, to promote the sound management of pesticides through the life cycle in ways that leads to the maximization of significant adverse effect on human health and the global environment. Earlier this month, Guyana became involved in a newly approved project that focuses on regional e-agriculture for the Caribbean to assist in capacity building and to create an enabling environment for the adaptation of e-agriculture solutions for our farming communities. Clearly, the FAO has really been a critical source of support in many countries in diverse areas surrounding agriculture. We all are indeed fortunate to have such an entity to guide and support us through these trying times. I would like to close by stressing the importance of sustainable development. Let us be mindful of our roles in this regard and continue to focus our effort so that we can live in a safer, fairer, and more peaceful world. Mr. Chairman, as it stands today, Guyana and the rest of the Caribbean are mapping strategies to ensure that we have food security so that the population in this part of the world could be guaranteed, because we are working on many fronts to enhance our food capacity building and to reduce the cost of production. I would like to commend and thank the FAO and look forward for their continued support. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the representative of Guyana. Before I give the floor to Brazil, Colombia, and Peru, I would like to inform you that we have about 2,000 people who are currently following the conference through various social media. Brazil is recognized.
Por Zoom.
Via Zoom.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, again. Brazil would like to congratulate FAO for the various projects implemented in the region during the biennium 2020-2021, and to express its strong commitment to the partnership we have put in place and deepened in the last decades, especially the South-South Triangular Cooperation, in which the Brazilian Cooperation Agency, ABC, has played an important role. With regard to document LARC-22/3, we would like to make some very brief comments. First, on paragraph 34, where we believe it's important to avoid, even if indirectly, the use of language which stigmatizes long value chains, since we should not forget that those chains provide fresh fruits and vegetables to us all. In relation to paragraph 47, we would like to suggest to substitute the expression, protecting and enhancing ecosystem health, for code enhancing the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and the provision of ecosystem service, unquote. On paragraph 65, we would call attention to the only one reference of Triangle South-South Cooperation. Not even one mention to the member states' contribution is made. We would like to recall that the main FAO South-South Triangular Cooperation Program is developed in partnership with ABC, the Brazilian Cooperation Agency. Brazil collaborates with FAO in various relevant regional projects in diverse areas, like cotton and school feeding. Regarding the paragraph 72 of the document, we find the language used here abstract and imprecise. Hence, Brazil would like to suggest the elimination of the term critical and the need to include concrete data taken from the last IPPC. Finally, I would kindly propose the inclusion of the explicit mention for the three pillars of sustainable development after the sentence promoting inclusive economic growth by reducing inequality as a score of FAO's mandate in paragraph 85. This is our contribution to this document. Of course, we'll come to discussion of this item when we comment on document LARC-22/2. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Gracias.
Thank you to the representative of Brazil, and Colombia is now recognized. Chair, thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. Also, special greetings to the Subdirector General of the FAO and the Honorable Regional Representative, Ministers, dear ambassadors, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me on behalf of Colombia to participate in this space with the aim of assessing the needs and priorities of food security and the eradication of hunger, as well as malnutrition and extreme poverty in Latin America and the Caribbean. The FAO has been an important ally of my country to move forward toward complying with the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. It's 17 SDGs. And thanks to the support of the FAO, about 48,000 families have benefited from integrated strategies and other programs. Colombia recognizes the added value of this organization and its contribution to rural development in the country. Reducing risk and promoting sustainable production.
Por favor, cerrar ese micrófono.
Please turn off your microphone if you're not speaking.
Perdón por la interrupción.
We apologize for the interruption. Please continue, Colombia. In the reincorporation of former combatants, a large percentage of them are women, and also support of the organization in implementation of comprehensive rural reform.
Hello?
It has a gender focus and allows us to promote the economic empowerment of the most vulnerable populations, and therefore we recognize that the strategic framework of the FAO for 2022-2025 is a potential mechanism for accelerating our ability to reaching the 2030 agenda. And dear friends, Chair, the SDGs focus on eradicating hunger zero, and reducing inequality in the region, particularly in our country. It is fundamental that this joint effort between the Colombian government and the FAO, as well as building reports and reducing risk continue to be strengthened under the principles of complementarity. This is very important. Interagency cooperation and timely exchange of information are key to ensuring that information is in real time and we are able to adjust to the reality on the ground, and that this is based on frank, fluid dialogue that clearly highlights the challenges and achievements countries have made, both when it comes to overcoming the challenges presented by the pandemic. And in Colombia, we have the additional challenge of the reality in our country, and we hope that the drafting of the reports is already constantly considers dialogue and makes it possible for us to present the inputs and advancements that we have been able to make in public policies in all areas. Without a doubt, this will make it possible for us to build a much more effective and timely mechanism in the face of the challenges that we face. I would like to express the importance of the multi-year program of work that's being discussed at this session be discussed in the framework of cooperation and sustainable development in the United Nations. Colombia supports this. These mechanisms make it possible for us to contribute our experiences, comparative discussions, and added value in the area of rural development, natural resources, and others. And we agree with the need to continue working forward in concert in the region in order to come up with public policies that make it possible for us to achieve innovation, sustainable agriculture production, the creation of agri-food systems that consider the effects of climate change, and that we create systemic changes to promote women's empowerment in rural development. Finally, I would like to express my country's openness to supporting the development of this conference as a space for exchanging lessons learned and experiences in the recent years in order to move forward toward food security and production that is inclusive and responsible toward the environment, as well as the eradication of poverty in all of its manifestations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Colombia. Peru now has the floor. Thank you very much, Chairman. It is an honor to take the floor on behalf of Peru at the 37th Regional Conference of FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean. Given that this is our first time taking the floor, we would like to thank the Republic of Ecuador for organizing the conference and the Secretariat for all the efforts it has made for its successful organization. Peru would like to thank FAO for the results achieved during the 2022-2031 biennium. Now, our country has been driving measures to foster sustainable development, and we have a general government policy 2021 to 2026 whose main priority is a generation of well-being through development, promoting actions to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic and food security to fight hunger and malnutrition, among others. Also, in our second pillar, economic revival and agricultural development, our ministry is seeking to improve the income and livelihoods of family farmers, thus contributing to enhancing food availability through outreach, technical assistance, and credit, among others, promoting a cooperative and partnership-based approach. We welcome FAO's approach in the region in line with the strategic framework 2022 to 2031, which are linked with the policy framework I've mentioned and the country's priorities. We also agree that if we are to improve agricultural production, we need to focus on science and innovation and development, which are major challenges when it comes to ensuring agriculture and food resilience. Another challenge is the impact of climate change on food systems, which makes it necessary to take a holistic approach to land and water management. In Peru, in the framework of the Paris Agreement, we focus on adapting our approach to natural resources. We're working on the agri-climate platform with a view to improving our producers' resilience to climate change. We'd also like to highlight the program priority areas set out by FAO with a focus on healthy diets for all, in addition to improving the diets of vulnerable people, reducing food loss and waste, and fostering agri-food markets and trade, which will improve access to food for the population, contributing to food and nutrition security. We'd also like to stress the hand-in-hand initiative led by FAO, which will enhance rural development in a prosperous, resilient, and inclusive fashion, promoting rural livelihoods, enhancing productivity, and expanding economic opportunities. In this respect, we're working on a methodology to identify territories on which to target this work in Peru. We believe that FAO's results in the region are relevant to this end and provide a guiding framework in the framework of food security and development, which is being further developed. In Peru, we will work closely with the actors involved in the sector to achieve food security and improve nutrition in all its forms through policies and projects with a gender approach, as well as one on the circular economy, bearing in mind the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Peru. The delegation of Argentina has the floor.
Tiene que cerrar el micrófono, Perú.
Peru, I believe you need to switch off your microphone. Thank you.
St. Vincent, would you mind closing your mic? There you go.
Hay que cerrar el micrófono de Ecuador, por favor.
Ecuador, your microphone is on, as well as the Bahamas. We've noted your requests for the floor. Trinidad and Tobago as well. We've taken note of your request for the floor. Thank you. Apologies, Argentina. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving us the floor. We agree with ADG Julio Verdegue's introductory statement. One comment that was part of the discussions held in the pre-summit for food systems in Rome had to do with the notion of transformation, and we believe that this notion needs to be approached in addition to the components mentioned by ADG Julio Verdegue. Given the bearing that our production has on development, we do not believe this notion should be viewed as strictly necessary, but rather as a component for discussion, for debate, rather than an intrinsic part of development. In that debate, we express the notion that there is no single model for production, as you yourself said, and we believe that this notion of transformation is one that can be addressed as an improvement. If it's viewed as an improvement, then it's one my delegation can accept. It was strongly supported by the region in the Food Systems Summit, and if that's the notion, one which aims for improvement, then we appreciate its mention. However, we do insist that it be viewed as an approach for improvement. Also, when it comes to sustainability, we believe it should be addressed across its three dimensions. in a balanced fashion. Now, we also should look at responsibilities when it comes to climate change. We believe that common but differentiated responsibilities, as just mentioned by the ADG, is key for us in the region. In conclusion, when it comes to the document before us, we would insist on the acceptance of this notion of transformation as one for improvement rather than a new form of development. And we also believe that when it comes to food security, we all have a responsibility toward that. However, our responsibility is lesser when it comes to contributing to climate change. With those comments, I believe we can approve the document before us. Thank you. Thank you, Representative of Argentina. The representative of Bolivia now has the floor. Thank you very much, Chairman. Now, given our circumstances, our vulnerability is exacerbated. When it comes to what we're doing to boost our economy and production development, the next biennium will have to factor in these efforts, which are not fully reflected in the report before us. Our country, Bolivia, now has a new economic and social development plan. And as part of this plan, we're seeking to boost our development, achieve food security, and lessen our imports. We are strongly investing in the agriculture and livestock sector, above all focusing on smallholders and medium-scale producers who are the most disenfranchised due to the effects of this pandemic and other circumstances. We in Bolivia are trying to reactivate our sectors and provide resources, especially for crops that are part of the basic food basket. We're making efforts at the national level, which we would like to share with the international cooperation sector and also seek financial partnerships so that we can achieve our goals in the short term. When it comes to international funding channels, there are still delays. There are many criteria for their approval, and we would like to ask international funding mechanisms through the work of FAO and other mechanisms to be more flexible so that the channeling of this funding can be facilitated, so that efforts on the part of countries to reactivate their economies and overcome food insecurity can happen more swiftly and we can achieve better results. We also agree that we need to link our efforts with science and technology. The efforts that all countries in the region are making in the framework of linking our research centers is key. We believe that technology transfer should be a pillar for more practical, concerted efforts on part of the region that can also be more efficient. Old age concepts are reemerging, cooperation, and so on. In addition to that, we have now resilience and food systems. We believe that these concepts can be fulfilled if there is willingness on the part of countries and the people to make cooperation possible. We would therefore urge that family farming be viewed as a pillar for the work that we undertake in the next biennium of 2022-2023 so that we can fulfill the goals of the family farming sector. Thank you, Bolivia. Thank you for your important and interesting remarks. I would like to just take a few seconds to convey some comments from the President. On behalf of the President of the Republic of Ecuador, President Guillermo Lasso, I would like to express thanks for the trust shown by the members of FAO in this appointment. This is a great privilege as well as a great responsibility, working together with and among countries and organizations, with specialized organizations such as FAO. We will generate opportunities for the development of the agriculture and food sector of Ecuador, as well as all other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. If we work together, we can show the world the agri-food potential that we hold in our regions. If we work together, we can become the grain basket of the world and feed our growing population, which is increasingly asking for sustainable food commodities. We will now take a 15-minute break and would like to kindly ask that you be punctual so that we can resume at 10:30 and continue our plenary session. Thank you.
¿Qué dice?
¿Está alguien en la cabina de español? ¿Hay alguien en la cabina de español? Ahorita está saliendo por todo. Les quito la música. Ajá. Ahí. ¿Perdón? En todos estoy... van a hablar de... Ya, ¿me escuchan en la cabina? Listo, ¿podemos seguir hablando, por favor? Por el francés no está saliendo nada. A ver.
Searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way, yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so contained. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of
En la cabina de inglés, ¿me escuchan? No, es mi voz. ¿Me escuchan en la cabina de inglés? Cabina de inglés. Cabina de inglés. ¿Está alguien en la cabina de inglés? ¿En la cabina de inglés hay alguien? No escucho a la persona de inglés. Es que prendan el micrófono, pero... Anda, ponte en la cabina de inglés. Sí, en la tercera. Sí, dame un segundito ya. Eso es rapidito. Las dos. Sí, es que como está apagado el micrófono de ellos, sale por el relay.
¿Aló? Hola, hola. Hola, hola.
Savannah,
As a policymaker for the last decade, I have grown to understand and appreciate fully the impacts that exigencies, unforeseen and unplanned, would always have on budgets. It is against that backdrop that I wish to, by way of reflection, congratulate the excellent work of the FAO in the region. I speak at a watershed period in our history, being affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, now the Russia-Ukraine crisis. And 2 years ago, my country, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, was impacted upon by the worst drought in 50 years. Climate change, Mr. Chair, is real. I want to just highlight a few issues in reflection, because whilst we are here today in Quito to celebrate, we have to reflect so that we can better prepare for the task and the journey ahead. I wish to name for the excellent work the FAO's office in Barbados, and particularly the dedicated work of Dr. Renetta Clark. She has done more than human service to ensure that the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, the OECS, and the Secretariat in St. Lucia, has now become a basis for intra-regional cooperation in agriculture and in the trade of agricultural commodities. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we had a particular circumstance which impacted upon us over the last year. And notwithstanding the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, whilst we were grappling with the resultant implications of the pandemic, we were faced with 32 volcanic eruptions, displacing 20,000 persons in the rural economy of the 100,000 population that we have in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And the FAO has been a soldier with us. When we called on the FAO, they answered, and we have been able to work with the FAO and other international agencies to witness the type of recovery that we have seen in our country. We also benefited from the hard work and diligence of Mr. Ruben Robertson, a Vincentian based in FAO, but not based in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, was able to collaborate with us. And I want to thank all parties, all member states around the table for the hard work and dedication. We are grappling in St. Vincent and the Grenadines with the issue of ensuring that our fisher folk can export to Europe. And the FAO has assisted us to combat the scourges of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. And before the end of this year, I intend to pilot a bill, a Fisheries Bill in Parliament, that will place St. Vincent and the Grenadines in a position where we can see global compliance. In our country, we continue to work towards having the establishment of a diversified production platform, and the FAO has worked with many value chain stakeholders. Again, taking into consideration the limitation in global resources, I want to, on behalf of the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to thank the FAO. Thank you.
Thank you to the representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The representative of Ecuador is now recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. I will be quick so that you don't play the gong for me. I would like to thank you for sharing the presentation of the subdirector, and thank you very much for the reference to the first conference held in Quito in 1949, just a few years after the Second World War. And now we find ourselves here at a new time of great changes around the world. Thank you very much to the Secretariat for preparing the documents that we are studying here, and we are pleased to note the detailed report on the measures necessary to carry out the FAO's very important work in the region in the framework of UN cooperation for sustainable development, in order to empower countries throughout the process in identifying and managing their national priorities. We recognize the bold signal of 78% of the FAO's resources coming from voluntary contributions compared to prior years, and this is thanks to the efficient management of resources at the organization, and this is supported by countries of the region, and we hope to see this trend continue in the next biennium as well. We fully agree with one of the main premises of the document, Perspectives for Agriculture and Rural Development in the Americas 2019-2020, from ICLAC and the FAO, which states, and I cite, the mechanism of reproduction of overcoming the gaps between the rural and urban to providing basic services such as education, health, and infrastructure. End quote. Dear participants, a brief study of the situation of agriculture in the region shows that we need to join our efforts together, and ICLAC has noted that for 2020, the rates of extreme poverty and poverty reached 12.5% and 33.5% respectively, and we saw a spike in rural poverty in a growth of 2.5% compared to 2019. In light of these figures, I am honored to present to you the main criteria for Ecuador with regard to the document that stems from the FAO at the last regional biennium, based on the system for healthy agri-production. For my country in particular, chronic child malnutrition is one of the major challenges that we face, and the Ecuador Grows Without Malnutrition strategy focuses on child malnutrition, and it has dropped by 6% this year, and we hope to see it drop by 10% by 2030. Support for the FAO has always been vital for our organizations, states, and other bodies to mobilize financial and technical resources to implement programs based on this very important proposal. We are pleased with FAO support to build consensus on best practices when it comes to eating habits among the population, and we note the substantial support from the FAO during the very critical period of the COVID-19 pandemic to avoid a health crisis turning into a food crisis as well. We recognize the importance of the hand-in-hand initiative, prosperous and inclusive rural societies, and this strengthens support for planning and development and ensuring that this is sustainable. Based on this initiative, a country's priority program area will be a focus, and we will be able to ensure that this PPA has added value. We recognize the importance of strengthening legal and operational frameworks to eliminate and discourage non-declared and unregulated fishing, to create regulatory frameworks. My country was able to do this on fishing thanks to FAO support, and we underscore the support of the FAO in adaptation and mitigation strategies in the face of climate change, and this will always be important to uphold organization support based on national contributions and plans for application. Finally, We are very delighted with the initiatives aimed at strengthening applied statistics, particularly when it comes to SDG number 2. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the representative of Ecuador, and the representative of the Bahamas is now recognized.
El especialista de micrófonos, por favor.
Trinidad and Tobago, please.
Por favor, cerrar el micrófono.
Please close your microphone.
This being the first time I address the Council today, I would like to congratulate you and also thank you on behalf of the Bahamas for your hospitality here in Ecuador today. I'd also like to greet all the ministers and delegates from the Bahamas here today and thank you for being here. The Bahamas wishes to first commend FAO in its work to ensure that the agricultural and fisheries priorities of the Bahamas government were concisely reflected in its country program framework and further aligned with the UN Multi-Country Sustainable Development Framework. We look forward to the implementation of the new CPF for 2022 to 2026 as we aim to pilot a 1,000 digital initiative. It is hoped that through the TCP project, the Bahamas will be able to gather data that will aid climate-smart farming and develop systems for agriculture disaster risk forecasting, modeling, and monitoring. Information is critical for effective sector planning, and as data is one of the enablers in the FAO strategic framework, we entrust that the success of this future project will be reflected in the next LARC. The Bahamas acknowledges FAO's assistance in strengthening the intersectoral collaboration and the design and implementation of school feeding programs across the region. FAO began providing technical assistance to the Bahamas National School Feeding Program in 2016 and has since continued to build upon its assistance by including the revision of the National Dietary Guidelines and by creating linkages with small-scale producers as suppliers of healthy local produce to school feeding programs. We anticipate a significant impact on the health and wellness of school-aged children through this ongoing project. Lastly, we highlight the FAO's work in the Hand-in-Hand initiative in the Bahamas, noting the success of building the capacities of extension officers and agricultural lecturers in agribusiness skills, as well as training 100 rural youth through a technology and entrepreneurial incubation process aimed to be piloted in July 2022. This project aims to implement an integrated mechanism for food and nutrition security, using business incubator services and technological tools and approaches to match business opportunities presented in the agri-food system with special attention for income generating and employment opportunities of the most vulnerable groups, including youth and women living in the rural and peri-urban areas. Thank you. To emphasize the need for FAO to facilitate periodic meetings of Caribbean Ministers of Agriculture to further co-create and share knowledge of ideas and experiences to provide guidance to FAO on its program of work for strategic reorientation of support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trinidad and Tobago is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. Firstly, I wish to convey my gratitude to the people and government of Ecuador for the warm reception and hospitality to the Trinidad and Tobago delegation. Mr. Chairman, the government of Trinidad and Tobago has a long-standing and productive relationship with the FAO. Trinidad and Tobago and FAO has served to promote sustainable agricultural systems and contribute to hunger and poverty alleviation in the country. FAO continues to be a significant source of technical assistance in policy and planning, capacity building, knowledge sharing, advocacy, and resource mobilization in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Chairman, the FAO assistance in Trinidad and Tobago is also shaped by the Trinidad and Tobago Country Program Framework. I would briefly like to list a couple of the projects that FAO has collaborated with the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, and the Trinidad and Tobago government that has very far-reaching impacts in helping us achieve our national mandate and goals. These projects and collaboration include Resilient School Feeding Program for Trinidad and Tobago, which facilitates access to healthy diets to the most vulnerable and our children. Collaboration and support in the updating of our over 100-year-old fisheries legislation. And Mr. Chairman, I would like to report that after 30 years of hard work and dedication and support by FAO, the legislation is finally before the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. Sustainable management and bycatch in Latin America and the Caribbean trawl fisheries area. Fish climate change adaptation in the Eastern Caribbean. Third, Port State Measures Global Capacity Development Support Project and follow-ups to the 33rd FAO Committee on Fisheries and Aquaculture, FAO China South-South Collaboration Program, BioReach, Biodiversity Conservation and Agroecological Land Restoration in Production and Productive Landscapes in Trinidad and Tobago, the promotion of food safety and meat hygiene in the poultry cottage industry, the African swine fever emergency preparedness in Latin America and the Caribbean, phytosanitary capacity evaluation, improving the monitoring system for climate change impact on the agricultural sector, ensuring long-term productivity in tropical forests in the Caribbean, adopting and implementing of the disaster risk management plan for the agricultural sector, cassava industry development, market assessment and technology validation and dissemination, and sustainable processing and value chain development for root crops. Mr. Chairman, I also wish to recognize the work of the country representative for Trinidad and Tobago and Suriname, Mr. Ruben Robertson, who has been instrumental in lobbying financial and technological support, especially for projects around better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. In light of these collaborations, Trinidad and Tobago continues to be grateful for the continuous support and technical expertise. I therefore pledge on behalf of the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago, and by extension the Caribbean, our support and commitment in our efforts to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and achieving food and nutrition security for all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gracias.
Thank you, Representative for Trinidad and Tobago. I'd give the floor to the representative of Cuba. Thank you very much, Chairperson. We reiterate our fraternal greetings on behalf of the delegation of the Republic of Cuba to the other representatives present of our sister nations in Latin America. We are also very appreciative of the organizers of this important event and the Republic of Ecuador for all of the facilities given to us. We have also taken due note of the report presented, and we wanted to reassert the political will of our country and its full commitment with food security, nutrition, and the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. We also greet and support the solidary vocation of our country to cooperation and development, particularly South-South and triangular development and cooperation, as well as the Cuban medical cooperation within the current context of COVID-19 and its pandemic. The effects of the pandemic have definitively impacted the development of our sustainable, local, resilient food systems. And in the case of Cuba, this is also joined by the worsening of the economic situation as a result of the embargo of the United States against Cuba and the application in all of its scope of the actions against the United Nations Charter that prevent full achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by our country and our ability to develop Cuban agriculture and local sustainable agricultural systems. Despite this, from the angle of political policy, the direction of our state and government has recently promoted a state plan on food sovereignty, food security, and nutritional education. And we have presented to our parliament a bill on sovereignty, food security, and nutritional education that expresses that commitment, and which has been the fruit of cooperation with the FAO since we've been accompanied through a FAO project. As a result, we would like to draw closer ties with the countries present today, in particular with the FAO as an important driver, as an academic institution, and as of resources, knowledge exchanges for cooperation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Gracias, representante.
Thank you, representative of Cuba. I would give the floor now to the representative of Panama. Thank you, Chairperson. Panama is very appreciative of the review undertaken by the work of FAO in our region, and we agree with the work that is still left to be done. We thank the FAO's work in recovery and addressing the response to the COVID pandemic over the long term in terms of needs for investment in low-carbon areas, in the agricultural area for sustainable development. We are also pleased with the Office of the FAO in our country that supports agricultural development through inclusion, through an agricultural policy, legal instruments that have the aim to have sustainable agriculture, fight climate change, and have inclusive agricultural development. We continue to strengthen our regulations to do away with illegal fishing in our regions. Through the program on work in schools and to have healthy meals for children, we continue to work in that sense. For Panama, it's relevant to continue to work with civil society and have triangular and South-South cooperation and hand-in-hand initiative. A broad-based that takes into account human development, nutrition, the agricultural sector that guarantees access to all for healthy foodstuffs. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. And now we would give the floor to the representative of Argentina. Thank you, Chairperson. I will only use 3 minutes and not 5, and I'd like to give you some technical aspects in my brief 3 minutes that I'm hoping to be able to respect. In particular, paragraph 29 of the document refers to several innovations, but there are still many others missing, and it's important because we find ourselves in the midst of a debate on the FAO's work on innovation, where we have a great deal of expectations because of the plurality of foci in innovation. In that same paragraph, it refers to avoid the to foster direct purchase of fresh products from smallholding farmers with short supply chains, and fostering these chains will have a direct effect on the producers that are in the furthest areas from consumption centers. That is to say, many of them depend on the possibility of selling the foodstuffs that they sell in the international market to be able to stay alive and to achieve food security. In paragraph 39, it refers that the FAO had achieved great steps in terms of fresh fruit and vegetables, promoting only short and not long circuits, in that they are more healthy, will have a greater effect on the environment when long could have less of an effect on the environment. In paragraph 49, Regional Initiative 3 for fighting the resiliency, but it does not refer to the 3 dimensions of resiliency. We must have a balance here. In paragraph 49, there is a great stress on mitigation, but not on adaptation projects. And this is also very important in our region. And with this, I would complete my comments. the reference to the blue transformation. This is not a concept that is normally used, and its scope is not known. There is no support for it in the 2030 Agenda or in the SDGs. That concept could be assimilable to the concept to a blue economy, where we would remind you that there is no international agreement in that sense. As a result, I believe that it would be best to work on internationally agreed concepts, even SDG 14, where we referred to sustainable use of oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. And for these reasons, the country has prepared a document on the concept, and we think that we have discussed this in many fora of the FAO, and it was accepted by the FAO management to try to use the concepts that have been internationally agreed with these technical concepts. And I thank you for your indulgence for having given me the floor once again, sir. Thank you, Representative of Argentina. I would just like to say that we have 3 more interventions, and with this, we will be closing this chapter. The next is Miguel Garcia, representative of the ICA. You have the floor, sir. I'm not a representative of the ICA, sir. Mexico, then. Thank you. I have my ICA hat on, but today I'm speaking on behalf of my country, Mexico. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I would begin by expressing my greetings to all sister nations and to wish you the best of conferences, beginning with my personal apology in view of a medical issue. I was not able to join you. Although I do not the topic that we are here discussing today is the topic of reviewing the results. I think that this will be dealt with tomorrow or later today. In this sense, Mexico would like to recognize the FAO's work and congratulate the FAO for addressing topics that we find of vital importance. One of them is the work that's been undertaken on a very important public health matter, which is drainage for rainwater. We would also like to congratulate the FAO for its work on youth, which is very important, and we'd also like to recognize the great efforts being made by the FAO to work with other international organizations here in the Americas, the ICA, for instance, the efforts to see greater collaboration this year, which we have attested to this year. Now, in addition, I'd like to table a few comments for which we would like a bit more information. In Rome, there is an important discussion underway, and in that sense, I mean the FAO, on the role of voluntary contributions. In this vein, I see that in the report, we mentioned the 420 million in voluntary contributions. I'd like to know how they were made, where they were made, what the FAO thinks of that, and what do other countries think of it, because it might be a little unfair for us to refer to voluntary contributions in one international fora and another not to refer to it, or so we need more information about who made them, where they were made, and what's the vision for using those contributions. Secondly, I'd like to know a little bit more about what's been done in terms of forms of work. We speak of new forms of work, and how is it that the regional agenda will trickle down to the countries? The regional agenda is articulated through national plans to the countries. We would like, if possible, for the FAO to give us a little bit more detail about what has happened with the operation and impact of COVID much in the way of speculation, empirical information. I would even say there's a great deal of urban legend about what's happening in rural areas. So we'd like to understand what's happening in that dynamics, not to understand COVID per se, but to prepare ourselves for the future. Finally, with respect we'd like to know what's being done to propose a new institutionality of data. In terms of data, this has been of great importance for the region. What are the institutions doing? And what is being done to safeguard the privacy of those who are providing data? Finally, in terms of capacities, it would be very important to know where the FAO's weaknesses lay in the Americas so that we as countries can make efforts institutionally in Roma so as to strengthen the FAO's capacities. And with this, I would express my appreciation to the FAO and to all of you for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia. I'm sorry to have introduced you as ICA. It was a mistake of our secretariat, and I express my apologies in that sense. Mr. Mario Gonzalez, next via Zoom. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson, for giving us this opportunity. First of all, I would like to express our appreciation to the FAO for the wonderful results achieved in the year 2021. They've been mentioned in this meeting. We have seen a great deal of results as a result of the pandemic. We specifically, in terms of the report received this morning, we would like to underscore the first efforts undertaken in terms of partnerships and innovations and the growing incorporation of private sector into the FAO's work in Latin America. We're also very pleased to know of the agreements signed between the private sector and the FAO presented at this time. As we see, there are several of them. One partnership element can be seen in the fisheries area of Latin America, where 11 Latin American countries have joined efforts as of 2018 in a partnership. And likewise, fishery associates, small-scale fisheries, have joined forces in Mesoamerica following the SDGs and having the accompaniment of the FAO for both private groups. This is enabling taking the voice and thoughts of the private sector to the designs and implementation of the frameworks of Agri-Food work, specifically in food security and sustainability, job protection, and the protection of the work of small fisheries. In this sense, Mr. Chairperson, it's important to continue to work to reinforce the participation of the private sector in these fora, and particularly to create a specific forum in Latin America on agriculture, and of course, in this case, for the fisheries sector, the sector that I represent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, and that would be all. Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez, and now Mr. Ordóñez for the scientific and academic sector. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity given to us. Good morning to you all. On behalf of the academicians and scientists of the region, I would like to salute the historic effort of the FAO together and for all of the countries, common and differing efforts depending on our needs. We salute all of the representatives who are here today and virtually to work with us. Today, we join forces with all of the work being done by the representatives of the countries and joining in to the contributions mentioned by Mr. Berreguet. We would commit to redoubling our efforts to having a greater effect in the sectors that promote science and innovation in the countries, with the greatest emphasis on those that are based on the respect and rescuing of the customs of native peoples. This promoting inclusive development from the inside, always with a territorial focus. Moreover, greater opening and articulation of the FAO with the academic world and its important role in planning and decision-making in what has to do with development projects for and in countries and its effect on the development of policies. And this is of great necessity, or greatly needed at this time, where incidences, synergies, and networks are truly very efficient and necessary. Thank you very much. Thank you. I thank all of the delegates, observers, officials, and commentators for their comments and remarks. I believe that we've had a broad-based discussion with respect to the FAO's results in the region and in the 2020-2021 biennium. As a result, I close this session. Thank you very much. Now, continuing with today's agenda, the regional conference should take note of the information, updated information on development of the FAO's strategy for science and innovation under document LARC22/6. Madam Ismail Elofi, Chief Scientist of the FAO, will present the topic virtually. Afterwards, we will have space for interventions. Madam Lofi, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am very appreciative of the opportunity to present our presentation on the FAO strategy on science and innovation.
English, but the slides are in Spanish. So it is my great pleasure to present the zero draft of the first ever FAO Science and Innovation Strategy to the 37th session of the Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm delighted to be leading the development of the strategy through an inclusive and transparent process under the guidance of members. Since last September, we have had several rounds of consultation with members, regions, and with technical experts from across the organization. As you know, science and innovation are emerging as prominent components of the Global Development Agenda 2030, and science and technology and innovation are at the heart of the 2030 Development Agenda and contribute to several SDGs. In 2021, both the UN Food Systems Summit and the Glasgow Climate Pact affirmed the need to invest in science and innovation for the SDGs and for effective climate action. So science and innovation serve as a foundation for the FAO strategic framework for the next decade, 2022 to 31, and it does cut across all key dimensions of the strategic framework. Innovation and technology make up 2 of the 4 accelerators of the strategic framework. And as you know, the accelerators that have been approved by the governing bodies for our strategic framework are technology, innovation, data, and complement. And science underpin all these 4 accelerators, and also science underpin the cross-cutting themes, the gender, the youth, and the inclusion. So science and innovation are integrated throughout all our 20 priority program areas and all the regional initiatives. So here what we heard from the Council. In its December session of last year in 2021, the Council welcomed the initiative to develop FAO first ever science and innovation strategy, supported its outline, and requested FAO to implement the proposed roadmap. It provided guidance on priorities related to science and innovation, including the following points. First, give importance to addressing accountability, affordability of the innovations and science, and accessibility to know-how. Second, science and innovation should be adaptable to local, national, regional development context. Third, strengthen national and local institutions, including agricultural research institutions. And it's a pleasure to listen to a scientist just few minutes ago. Fourth, pay due attention to the need of indigenous people, local communities, people in vulnerable situations, people with disabilities, youth, and women. And the last point, assess potential benefits and risk from using new technologies and innovation on the three pillars of sustainable development. So some of the members from Latin America and the Caribbean highlighted the importance of the following point during the Council: context-specific solution, public-private partnership, as well as the need to guard against conflict of interest, technology transfer. FAO should be a platform for sharing knowledge and developing convergence on science and innovation in agri-food systems, addressing underinvestment in extension services, and taking into account again women and indigenous people. So let me now take you a little bit through what we have in the strategy. So in the strategy, the draft strategy is a work in progress and is updated according to feedback from members. The outline shown here is based on the zero draft strategy, which was presented to the member in an informal consultation back on the 25th of February. Let me walk you through it. The context describes how the strategy is related to FAO strategic framework. And we keep saying, as our DG says, that the strategic framework has two strategies to implement it. And one of these two is science and innovation strategy. The second one is climate change. So we see always the science and innovation strategy as a way to really make sure we implement our strategic framework for the next decade. The background describes important recent development in terms of FAO efforts to rise to the challenges of harnessing science and innovation to have transformative really changes and transformative and positive impact. The highlights are presented to showcase some of the many points that are included under the pillars and the outcomes. I will present in the next slide the vision, the goal, the scope, the guiding principle, and the pillars and outcomes in the next few slides. The accountability framework will be fully aligned with the causal result chain and the SDGs targets established in the strategic framework. It will link monitoring directly to the KPIs for the technology and innovation accelerators, which are presented in the medium-term plan in 2022-2025. Let me take you to the vision of the strategy, the science and innovation strategy. The vision of the FAO Science and Innovation Strategy is a world free from hunger and malnutrition, where the potential of science and innovation is fully leveraged to overcome complex social, economic, and environmental challenges of agri-food systems in a globally equitable, inclusive, and sustainable manner. The goal of the strategy is members harness science and innovation to realize context-specific and systemic solution so that we have a more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable agri-food system for a better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. Through this goal, the strategy will support the delivery of the strategic framework and ultimately support the 2030 development agenda. The strategy covers all sectors and areas of agri-food system, including crop, livestock, forestry, fisheries, and aquaculture, from natural resource management to production, to consumption, to food loss and waste. The full range of scientific disciplines, the natural sciences, the social sciences, the economic sciences, all of them are very relevant and important for the strategy. FAO recognized the need for a diversity of innovations. So for us, innovation is very broad, and it includes technological innovations such as digital innovation, but also social innovation, policy innovation, financial innovation, and also institutional innovation. Systemic approaches to research, for example, sustainability science, interdisciplinarity, and transdisciplinarity are included to enable addressing systemic challenges in a holistic manner. Also, the knowledge of small-scale producers and indigenous people are included as an important source of innovation and a very important source of knowledge. The strategy gives particular attention to the need of low and middle income countries with a focus on small-scale producers, family farmers, indigenous people, women and youth, as well as micro, small and medium-sized enterprise. Data is an integral part of science and evidence-based decision-making. The strategy will be implemented in strict compliance with the FAO policies on protection of data and intellectual property rights currently under development. For the strategy, we have 7 pillars, and those pillars are people-centered, gender equal, evidence-based, needs-driven, sustainability-aligned, risk-informed, and ethic-based. Many of these pillars are really a response to the guidance provided by the member at the 168th session of the Council. And based on the discussion we have on the 25th of February with the members, we are fine-tuning some of the language around it. Let me now give you a little bit more information on the pillars. The pillars are the core of the strategy, and we have 3 pillars. The first one is strengthening science and evidence-based decision-making. The second is supporting innovation and technology at regional and country level. And the third one, it's reinforcing FAO capacities to better serve the members. And we have 2 cross-cutting enablers which will catalyze the achievement of the outcomes. And these are transformative partnership and innovative funding and financing. There are 8 outcomes. There are 8 outcomes grouped under these 3 pillars and with these 2 enablers. I will present the outcomes pillar by pillar so that they have more visibility. So in the next slides, I'm going to go one by one. So let me start with the first pillar on strengthening science and evidence-based decision-making that will be achieved through these 3 outcomes. The first one is agri-food system knowledge and evidence will be enhanced through a range of activities that focus on the generation and dissemination of information and knowledge. Our second one is science policy interfaces for agri-food system will be strengthened at national, regional, and global levels to promote consensus building for greater policy coherence and also for a more shared ownership and collective action. By science policy interface, we mean mechanisms for organized dialogue between scientists, policymakers, and other relevant stakeholders for better and more inclusive science-based policymaking. And the third outcome, its research for development will be strengthened by promoting public investment in research and strengthening capacities of regional, national, and local research institutions, co-creation and co-innovation approaches that promote dialogue between scientific knowledge and local knowledge that is to make it a little bit more streamlined and more open. FAO will also strengthen its cooperation with research institutions such as the CG system and the ERCA centers and others. Let me move to the second pillar. The second pillar we have is supporting innovation and technology both at the regional and at the country level. And here again, we have 3 outcomes. The first one is access to and use of sustainable, affordable, and context-specific innovation and technologies by small-scale producers, family farmers, and other agri-food system actors will be enhanced. and FAO will deliver updated information about the full range of available innovation and provide evidence-based guidance on options for accessing innovation and technologies. Our second outcome is capacities of national agri-food innovation system to prioritize, to co-create and scale sustainable and appropriate innovation and technologies will be strengthened. FAO will assist countries through a rigorous approach to the prioritization of innovation and technologies that are better fit for their ecosystems. And our third outcome is national capacities to design, implement and evaluate strategies, policies, and regulatory framework on science, technology, and innovation will be strengthened, and FAO will provide guidance to countries on national policies and regulatory frameworks on institutional arrangement and governance system for strengthening science and innovation at the national level. Our third pillar is reinforcing FAO capacities to better serve members that will be achieved through these two outcomes. The first one, FAO capacity to enable science and innovation will be enhanced across the organization. This involves a wide range of issues such as developing coherent methodologies for impact assessment, for risk assessment, monitoring and evaluation of innovation. And particular attention will be given to enhancing capacities in country offices. The second outcome for this pillar is knowledge management and exchange of information and experiences will be enhanced across the organization from global to country level. Knowledge management will be designed to facilitate capturing the result of project evaluation and feeding lessons learned into the design of new innovation that are in focus projects. And my last slide is actually on the roadmap and where we are. So an informal consultation took place with members in September 2021. The formal process then kicked off with the presentation of the outline of the roadmap to the program committee in November 2021, and the council supported the documents in December 2021. All regions have organized regional meetings on the strategy with input from country offices, which we highly appreciate, and that gives really ownership at the regional level as well, and the country level. As you know, the outline and the roadmap document and an updated on the development of the strategy is on the agenda of the regional conference, all of them in 2022, including this one with the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. In addition, meeting with the regional groups, including GRULAC, has been held in Rome. Following the second informal consultation in February, a revised draft strategy was prepared, and it will be considered by the program committee in May and by the council in June. Given the importance of the strategy as a tool to deliver the FAO strategic framework, we hope that it will be endorsed by members by the council in June 2022. With that, Mr. Chair, I thank you very much for your attention. We look forward to hearing your views, which will help us make sure that the strategy responds to your need and helps FAO deliver on the strategic framework and the SDGs at the country level. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Gracias, señora Elo.
Thank you, Madame Elo, for your presentation. We now invite the delegations and observers who would like to comment or ask any questions on this topic, so that you can please raise your hand in the plenary or via Zoom. Argentina has the floor. Cuba, can you please turn off your microphone? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank Mrs. Imahane for her presentation. She is doing exceptional work, and that exceptional work is clearly transparent, inclusive, where the different members have been permanently consulted, and we continue to participate in the strategy. It is important for our country to collaborate with the advisory group on the strategy of the FAO for science and innovation in matters of biotechnology. Argentina has over 25 years' experience in the matter, and it is the only center of world reference in biosecurity for agricultural security. And in that sense, it has trained over 25 countries because it has the tools and the necessary technicians to technically assist interested parties, third countries, for the strengthening of their capacities in biosecurity for agricultural biotechnology. We positively highlight the inclusion of biotechnology within the scenario of science and innovation, and it is necessary to reach the objectives of the FAO and to feed a growing world population mentioned in the 42nd period of sessions of the FAO conference, where the importance of science and innovation for all the work of the FAO was underscored. And given the fact that biosecurity and agricultural biotechnology is guaranteed by renowned public institutions whose evaluations are based on science and on internationally agreed regulations, the objectives proposed for the strategy of the FAO for science and innovation are considered positive, especially Item B, which is to reinforce the scientific base of technical interventions and the regulatory orientation of the FAO. Our country could contribute to that proposal, and we suggest to include in science and innovation bioenergies, agricultural bioproducts, materials. These elements can significantly contribute to reach the objectives of the FAO and the objective for sustainable development of 2030, and to encourage and promote small-scale producers. We discourage the use of negative connotations when referring to science, innovation, and technology. And at the same time, it would be important to include the participation of public institutions in the process of evaluation and approval of their products. And to finish, Mr. Chair, our discussion in Grulac, Rome was very clear with the director, with the scientific chief. There is no right for any region to intend to have the monopoly of knowledge, the monopoly of science. All science should be at the service of all the members, particularly of developing countries. Developing countries have capacities. We need to consolidate them. And from our perspective and from the defense of our national interests, and with the support of the FAO, we are going to be able to take that quality leap that we are all expecting to no longer be developing countries and be more developed countries. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your very clear participation. Now, the representative of Ecuador. Authorities of the member states, the recognition of the importance of the promotion of science, technology, and to embrace innovation, including indigenous and local knowledge, is fundamental for the transition towards more sustainable and resilient agriculture. A substantial improvement of agri-food systems for nutrition and health, and an increase in rural prosperity in an inclusive way. Ecuador recognizes the need to create a national system of science, technology, and innovation that will promote research and technological development in the articulation with the productive sector. Several initiatives at a level of public policy, programs, and national strategies promote scientific research, the generation, innovation, validation, and dissemination of technologies in the agricultural sector and public-private alliances that have made important contributions. However, they need to be reinforced so that science and innovation will allow us to overcome the complex social challenges, also economic and environmental, related to agri-food systems in order to accelerate rural transformation and the economic recovery to the effects of COVID-19. It is important for FAO to continue to support its members in order to take advantage of science and innovation, to find systemic, sustainable, and specific solutions that will result in agri-food systems that are more efficient, inclusive, and sustainable. The FAO's strategy for science and innovation has a broad scope of application that covers all the sectors and spheres of the agri-food systems, including agricultural production and livestock, forest activity, fishing, and aquaculture, from production to consumption. The government of Ecuador considers it relevant to present the following. In relation to the improvement of livelihood, especially of small-scale producers, including indigenous peoples and local communities, the government recommends the inclusion of ancestral and local knowledge as a wealth of knowledge on the way of managing biodiversity in a sustainable way and linking the productive and environmental aspects with food security. In this sense, it is important to expand the link between science and innovation, connect this to new business models, to reinforce regulatory aspects, to improve traceability related to nutrition and the environment. Regarding the field of action, we need to include the concept of applied research that refers to multi- and interdisciplinary work, but that focuses on the development of new technologies, adapting research to the solution of specific field problems. In this field, public articulation is fundamental, as well as private collaboration, and the strategic role of universities to together generate knowledge. Regarding matters of control and regulation, Ecuador recommends to link science and innovation to food harmlessness, the increase of diagnostic, the management of data that are considered as standardization mechanisms between laboratories and institutions. It is important to strengthen cooperation in the field of science, research, technology, innovation, including traditional knowledge, so that sustainable practices could be at everyone's reach, especially of women, youth, and the poor. Ecuador highlights the importance of the application of science and technology and innovation in order to guarantee food security for 2030. The COVID pandemic has significantly affected women and children. It contributed to the increase of the number of people that are suffering hunger, and it is of essence to take this into account. It is necessary to promote holistic focuses through dialogues among multiple sectors, interested parties, to achieve sustainability and resilience of systems, taking into account the different national and regional contexts. Distinguished participants, Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you very much for the participation of Ecuador. Now the representative of Guyana has the floor.
All I want to say that the proposal outlined in the document just now that we just heard, I think those are very important and excellent proposals, and I think Guyana's welcome and endorse all those proposals that was just made. Our comment also, we would like to see specific mention be made of digital sequence information under scope in paragraph 15 to 18 of the strategy. But most of all, as a body and as countries in the region that are addressing hunger and trying to achieve the sustainable development goal, we have to ensure that we take action that will preserve this very, very important sector. And when we talk about agricultural research challenges and opportunities, we in Guyana, we have been trying to ensure that we implement measures so that we can continue and try to be very innovative to bring people together. And when you look around the region, and this is a fact, and I think that this is a general fact around the region, when you look around the region, you find middle-aged and most senior citizens across the region are involved in agriculture. What are we doing to involve our young people into the agriculture sector? Many young people who would have graduated in various agricultural courses from the university in various territories They are not coming into agriculture because they find agriculture is a menial job, a job that people who dropped out of school, people who are old, a labor-intensive job, so to speak. So we have that opportunity to involve them in terms of bringing them and giving them the opportunities and how we can do that. There are many ways we can do research, we can improve innovation, and at the same time give them the opportunities to come into agriculture. For example, recently in Guyana, we would have done an analysis, and majority of graduates from the University of Guyana and the Guyana School of Agriculture only doing the job behind the desk, that is doing the theory rather than doing the practical work. And so we have launched, the President, His Excellency, President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali has launched a program that target these young people, bring them into the agriculture sector, bring them to do practical work in the agriculture sector. And as a result of that, we have now launched a program called the Agriculture Innovation Entrepreneurial Program. This program encompasses where young people now, we are building hundreds of shade houses where we are now introduce high-value crops, crops like broccoli, cauliflower, carrots. Those are high-value crops that the country import on a regular basis. For example, when you look at the importation for last year alone, Guyana would have imported almost $2.6 billion. These are the opportunities that we are giving the young people now to take that slot, to provide that kind of food security for the country, and at the same time reduce the food import bill of the country and the region. So I think as we are talking about opportunities, these are the things we have to ensure that we do. So generally, Mr. Chair, we support those proposals, but I would like to see specific measures that we can involve our young people in so that we can preserve and have food security in the agriculture sector in the world. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Representative of Guyana. Now, the representative of Panama has the floor. Mr. Chair, we thank the scientist, Chief of FAO, for her participation and congratulate her in her effort for this strategy of science and innovation of the FAO. Panama supports this initiative and highlights the importance of having a strategy that will prioritize the promotion of innovation, the adoption of new technologies to produce more with less in a sustainable and resilient way, and that at the same time will allow us to create new opportunities in the attainment of agricultural and rural income while we promote local and indigenous knowledge. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative of Panama. Now, via Zoom, Colombia. Good morning. Yes, go ahead, please. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for giving the floor to Colombia. I must say that I am sending very cordial greetings on behalf of Nelson Lozano, who is the coordinator of the Group on Sustainability and Climate Change of the Ministry of Agriculture. And just to mention that this technical area throughout many years, more than 12 years, has been working hand in hand with the FAO to achieve the strengthening of resilience in the agricultural sector in Colombia. We have been working with the most vulnerable communities of the country to support them and strengthen their capacity so that they can respond to climate change that, as we all know and all countries have stated, the agricultural sector is highly vulnerable to climate conditions. We must mention that Colombia and the agricultural sector is 100% in agreement with what is established in the document that seeks the integration of innovation, the actions against climate change that we consider are fundamental. This articulation, or these actions proposed regarding the pillars, considering that Colombia and the agricultural sector have advanced in the development of public policies for climate action in the agricultural sector, and to advance in the actions of innovation, science, and technology, which are fundamental pillars to achieve adaptation and mitigation in the agricultural sector. We agree with what was mentioned also regarding the thematics of the 4 accelerators regarding technology, innovation, and supplementary data, everything that has to do with governance, human capital, and institutions. These very important themes related to gender and the inclusion of youth in the climate action. As I mentioned, the country has made significant progress in the development of policies in agriculture and climate change. So we have a roadmap in line with the FAO on climate change, which will give us very important interventions in order to advance in these matters. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, on behalf of Colombia, and we reiterate this joint effort that we have been carrying out with FAO throughout several years to have these advances in the strengthening of resilience in the agricultural sector in Colombia. Thank you, Colombia. Now, Brazil has the floor via Zoom.
The Chief Science for a very complete and comprehensive presentation. The Brazilian delegation would like to take this opportunity to share with the region our views on the zero draft of science and innovation strategy. We believe the position expressed during this conference will send a clear message, and we expect that message to be taken into account upon finalization of the text. Generally speaking, the draft is in line with the Brazilian policies in the promotion of science, technology, and innovation applied to the agricultural sector. As an example, allow me to briefly mention the Brazilian Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Bioeconomy, launched in 2019, with the aim to support the development of sustainable production systems that provide in an integrated manner water, energy, food, and nutrition security, in addition to promote the sustainable use of biodiversity, the conservation of natural resources, and the recovery of degraded areas. The Brazilian strategy considers the bioeconomy as one of the vectors of sustainable development, with the potential to contribute to social productive inclusion and the reduction of socioeconomic and regional inequalities. That said, we have identified in the zero draft of FAO Science and Innovation Strategy language imbalances that risk placing our region under an unfavorable light. The draft describes conflicts, climate variability and extremes, and the economic slowdowns and downturns as major drivers of food insecurity and malnutrition. For Brazil, by doing so, the draft fails to consider fundamental aspects connected to the balance between economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection, as professed by the 2030 Agenda. We understand that the main obstacles to the achievement of the SDGs 1, 2, and 10 are poverty and inequality, distortions in agricultural trade flows arising from non-tariff barriers, and subsidies to productions in developed countries play a large role in this situation and must be clearly addressed. The phrasing also overlooks the responsibility of developed countries on the current status of global greenhouse gas emissions. This alarming state of affairs predominantly derives from historic patterns of use and exploitation of fossil fuels by wealthy nations. By withholding these aspects, the draft attributes a disproportionate responsibility to agriculture on the climate crisis. As a consequence, the developing world is overburdened with a responsibility that belongs majorly to developed countries. As a region, we as a region must be vocal about the lack of mentions to the obligations of developed countries to provide funding and technology transfer to support adaptation of the developing world to climate change. Our delegation was indeed very puzzled to see a strategy on science innovation that does not highlight the fundamental role to be played by the transfer of technology, disregarding the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, as well as Article 4 of the UNFCCC and the Article 10 of the Paris Agreement. By deeming the transformation of agri-food system as imperative, the draft seems to imply that there are no practice worthy of dissemination being applied in those systems, which is not the case. This approach fails to take into account the advanced stage of development on the science technology applied to tropical agriculture. Institutions in our region, such as Embrapa from Brazil, have been playing throughout history a leading role in the modernization and sustainability of agricultural production. This continuous contribution to food security must be valued and encouraged within the framework of FAO. Finally, on the highlights, the text repeatedly states the role of the strategy as a basis for formulating FAO guidelines on emerging science and technology, although not specifying which data sources would be used for that purpose. The lack of clarity on scientific reference to be used raised concern, as the text proposed a strategy reinforce FAO's capability to provide guidance while anticipating technological advances and scientific development by means of forecast. The aim to provide guidance based on cutting-edge technology must be balanced with clear criteria of transparency, dialogue, and peer review. Brazil has concerns dimensions to multi-stakeholders dialogue, transformative partnership, and innovative financing as catalysts for results. The language gives room to question regarding the envisioned participation of non-state entities and the way that voluntary contributions will have in directing the actions undertaken within the scope of the strategy. We stress the protagonism of member states in all times in defining FAO policies. Lastly, if the focus of the document is on the middle and low-income countries, it does not seem productive to design a strategy with ambitions of advancing a digital transformation agenda in agriculture sector without taking into account difficult factors in the educational sector, such as the lack of regional infrastructure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Gracias por la intervención de Brasil.
We thank Brazil for its participation. I must insist one more time that the time for your participation must be in line with the fact that all other participants have the right to participate. So please do not go over 5 minutes. Now we have St. Vincent and Grenadines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to commend on an excellent presentation on issues touching and concerning the very important topic of innovation. In fact, Mr. Chair, there are some economists who are of the view that innovation is now the fourth factor of production: land, labor, capital, and innovation. And today we address this very important issue at a time where in Latin America and the Caribbean, we are witnessing a period of the aging of farmers. And if we do not create a framework whereby we can establish an exceptional cadre of multi-talented and multi-faceted young people who are interested in agriculture using cutting-edge technology, we can see in a decade or less a fall in production and productivity. And Mr. Chair, I speak particularly from the vantage point and through the prisms that I see the world as a small island developing state, being a part of the OECS, whereby innovation, as important as it is, comes at a very high cost. The question that I am here to address is, how competitive will small island states in the Caribbean be if we are not able to be on the front line of innovation. I think that is something that we need to note in all our presentations, because the cost of innovation is significant. I want to thank the FAO for the work that it continues as it pertains to issues of irrigation, water treatment, greenhouse technology, and the most recent work that we have been doing in ensuring that we can produce animal feed using new technologies. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Gracias, Representante.
Thank you, Representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And now the representative of Bolivia will take the floor. Thank you, Chair. We have listened to a great deal of attention to the strategy that was presented by our colleague, and we feel that the work undertaken to date is very important. We feel that the asymmetric differences that we have in science and technology in countries and the institutionality in view of innovation in the countries are imbalanced. There are important differences in sister countries. Argentina explained its situation in terms of biosecurity and energy. We believe that there a great deal of work in science and technology undertaken in countries. I think that at this particular juncture with poverty, hunger, increases in prices, that collaboration and exchange of technology is very important. We believe that this also has a lot to do with the training of our talent. There are great differences in our countries in that sense as well, but this would be very important to be able to make it possible for there to be exchanges of our young people, future scientists, for them to be trained internally and outside of our countries. I thank Colombia for its collaboration, where a group of 30 agriculture farmers took part in a workshop where there's been a great deal of collaboration in this sense, and it's important that it be undertaken and that it be present in this strategy, because the different countries at the ministerial levels are invoking science and technology, as we've seen, to be able to bridge these huge gaps. And I think that if there's a sense of collaboration and reciprocity in this, that we will move forward better. I think that we're at a turning point of being able to raise something that's very important and strategic in research and science and technology, because climate change is going beyond our ability to respond immediately. We also look at the possibility of the application, the applied application, if you will, of science, where many of our countries need to see this in terms of technology and plant life, innovation in terms of capacities as well. So from our country, we would call to be able to join efforts so as to be able to efficiently, effectively achieve results in terms of climate change. So I would call on all of us to train our people and reduce the differences that exist to such a great extent between our countries. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Representative of Bolivia. And now we would give the floor to the representative of Haiti by Zoom. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the previous persons who have taken the floor. Our regards to all of the representatives, and we greet with great appreciation what was expressed by St. Vincent and the Grenadines in terms of using our science and technology to achieve the SDGs. Here in Haiti, over 98% is occupied by densely populated areas, and thus we find that it's very important that there be cross-cutting strategies where we can address the least favored of our populations. One of the objectives in the strategies has to be service to ecosystems. I think that the majority of the Caribbean islands that we are a part of, it's no longer a question of separating agricultural and natural ecosystems. Today in our countries, agricultural ecosystems provide the same systems from a systemic point of view as natural ecosystems do. Naturally, they are affected by biodiversity systems, etc. So we also think that it would be important to take into account in the objectives in terms of science and technology matters that have to do with servicing ecosystems in this sense. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your intervention. And now via Zoom, Luis Morina, spokesperson of the scientific and academic sector. You have the floor, sir. Hello. Luis Morina, can you take the floor, please?
Tiene que conectar su micrófono.
You need to unmute your microphone, Mr. Morina.
No le escuchamos, señor.
We are not receiving your audio, sir.
You are muted.
Al parecer su micrófono está cerrado.
It seems that his microphone has been turned off. Let's go on then to Laura Hernandez, spokesperson of civil society. You have the floor, madam. Thank you. In what was just being mentioned with respect to conservation of traditional knowledge in the case of indigenous peoples, rural communities, and other actors, we believe that it's very important that science and innovation and technology not be a source for extracting millenary and ancestral knowledge, but rather that they have a targeted focus to ancestral knowledge and to preserving it. With respect to conservation of seeds, native or mixed seeds, the use of plants, handling of fauna, we also believe that science and innovation need to be focused on conserving natural resources within the territories. That it also needs to serve to support the different local projects, local economies of groups that exist there. We need science and technology to be inclusive, where there's a recognition of the role of women and of youth within the economies and within the local forms of sustainable production. And science and innovation also need to be accessible, because not all communities, peoples, and the different actors devoted to agriculture and food production have the resources to purchase the equipment that they need to implement their projects. Finally, we would like to repeat the idea that there needs to be a guarantee of autonomy. We need to guarantee the preservation of knowledge and not the inappropriate or ill use of that knowledge. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the delegates for your comments and opinions. We have completed this plenary session. We would give the floor to Madam Ismael Eloafi for her final thoughts. You have the floor, Madam. Thank you, Chair, and to all who have expressed themselves for their interest and support with respect to the main elements of the strategy. I agree very much with many of the things that I heard from you today. And I would like to say that with respect to youth, the youth of today's world are our future. They need innovation. If we are to take young people into agriculture, agriculture needs to be a little bit different. And for this, I believe that they need to walk together, that there be innovation with young people. We need to rather take into account that each ecosystem is made very specially. There are many species within each ecosystem. They operate specially, and they can produce some things better than others. And that's why I believe that we need to think of a systematic way so that we have the ecosystem that is good, and for that ecosystem to provide jobs and innovation for today's youth. I also agree that it needs to give me and our friends for the FAO and our friends in Latin America and the Caribbean a region where we benefit from science and innovation, but we also are the producers or the providers, suppliers of science and innovation. There's a great deal of experience that needs to be harnessed and used better. We need to reduce inequalities. This is very important, and that's why it's a FAO strategy. It includes SDG 1, 2, and 10, and with respect to which we say that in all truth that we need to reduce inequalities. In addition, when we think of the indigenous peoples, of women and youth, once again, we are very open to undertaking collaboration with all of the institutions of science and innovation in the region, and I'm very appreciative of your interest in this, and I hope that we will have opportunities to work to a greater extent with you so as to take science and innovation to the level of a vision. We are at the time in history which is outstanding, in which science and innovation has to be used with local and indigenous knowledge so that we can have a solution for all, for the planet, for all of us as human beings, but also for the other species that live on the planet Earth. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, Madam Eloafi. And with that, I would close the plenary session. We will have a break for lunch. We would beg of delegates to be back on time after the lunch break punctually at 1:30. Lunch is being hosted by the government of Ecuador, specifically the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. As such, they will be inviting us to lunch today. No?
Les presento a Paula Valdivia.
Paula Valdiviesa, who is responsible for at least 50% of this conference. You have the floor, Paula. Lunch today includes all delegates and official observers, and it is on the outskirts of this official conference room. Thank you very much.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. la región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril del 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La Estrategia Conjunta para Reforzar Programas Sostenibles de Alimentación Escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, Sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La Estrategia Conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia. que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La Estrategia Conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de $420 millones en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por $1.700 millones en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en dos de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La Estrategia Conjunta para Reforzar Programas Sostenibles de Alimentación Escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de $420 millones en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por $1.700 millones en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en dos de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura
Sí estuve, pero como era digital, estuve afuera. Pero era la que es secretaria. Señores, les invitamos a todos a...
We invite you all to take your seats so that we can begin our sessions.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Vamos a dar inicio a la...
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to begin the meeting. Chair? Good afternoon. I will now proceed to state my general summary on the main comments, conclusions, and recommendations that were made in the previous plenaries. Please, Mr. Secretary, read. Okay, the priorities for betters. The regional conference congratulated the organization for the results obtained in the region in 2020-2021 in response to the priorities and recommendations determined in the 36th period of sessions of the regional conference, and thanked the the profoundly transformative measures that were adopted from the arrival in 2019 of the Director General of the FAO to guarantee that the organization is adequate for the end that is proposed: modern, inclusive, agile, and institutional improvements. For example, the initiative Hand in Hand, the World Action on Green Development of Special Agricultural Products, a country, a priority product, the initiative of the 1,000 digital arteries, the platform of knowledge on family agriculture, and the program for response and recovery from COVID-19, and encouraged the FAO to continue implementing such initiatives in order to achieve the best repercussion possible of the work of FAO at a national level. He thanked the response of the FAO to COVID-19, in which the power of summoning of the organization was used, encouraging the members to improve the resilience of their food systems and maintain them in operation, because the production and supply of food remained stable in a context of great tension. It also pleasantly saw the full coherence of the process of planning of the FAO at a country scale in the framework of cooperation of the United Nations for sustainable development, based on the efforts of the system of the United Nations for development, and to collectively support the national title holding and take advantage or close the gaps of the different powers. Positively saw the joint work of FAO with the members through an active South-South and triangular cooperation, and the work with other partners, private sector, civil society, Parliamentary Front Against Hunger, the academia, and the scientific community, highlighting that these collaborations allow us to mobilize resources, technical exchange, strengthening of capacities, management of knowledge, development of innovation, and identification of good practices. It satisfactorily took note that over $260 million had been allotted for projects in the region, and positively valued 78% in the increase of mobilization of resources in comparison to the previous year, which was higher than the goal established, and reflected the catalyzing use of the resources of this technical cooperation program, as well as the trust of members and partners in the capacity of the FAO to support the advances in compliance with the 2030 Agenda. The FAO's work was highlighted in its fight against IUU to contribute to the sustainability of fishing in the region. It recognized the contribution of the FAO in matters related to food and nutrition, particularly through the support to school feed programs, long and short-term scales, healthy diets, and recommended that the FAO should continue to intensify its efforts in the mobilization of resources, public and private investments, in support to the 2030 Agenda, the strategic framework of the FAO for 2022-2031, and programs by country, highlighting the importance of determining and proactively materializing new opportunities to increase the work of the organization in the region. It will place more attention on the prospective analysis, management of knowledge, digitizing of systems, agri-food systems, and the improvement of innovative experiences in countries, regions, and subregions. And this is the summary based on the regional results priorities, the four betters. Updated information on the development of the FAO strategy for science and innovation. The regional conference highlighted that science and innovation, they include several approaches, technologies, and practices, including the evaluation of ancestral knowledge of indigenous peoples that can contribute to face the challenges of agri-food systems, and highlighted that science and innovation could be powerful promoters of transformation of agri-food systems if they are accompanied by sound institutions, good governance, political will, favorable regulatory frameworks, and effective measures to promote equality among the actors of the agri-food system, the inclusion of and generation of opportunities for peoples of African descent, women, youth, and saw the value of strengthening the regulatory work of the FAO with all its members, and particularly for the members, the developing members, with a solid scientific base. Satisfactorily saw the development of the FAO strategy for science and innovation as a key instrument to contribute to the application of the strategic framework of the FAO for 2022-2031, and highlighted its intersectoral relevance. It took note of the consultative process that led to the development of the FAO strategy for science and innovation and the approval by the Council of the FAO, and was in agreement with the vision, the scope, the field of work for science and innovation. The regional conference recommended that the FAO should consider the context and specificities of the region at the time of applying the strategy of the FAO for science and innovation, and to adopt an approach that would ensure access and affordability to innovation in an inclusive way, promoting associations specifically with scientific research and the private sector and exchange among the members. The summary ends here. Thank you. Next, we open the floor to dialogue. If the delegates of the member states would like to comment on the summary presented through this presidency, through this chair. Peru, please, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. And in order to make the corresponding comments, and as we have always been working in this space, we would consider that it would be appropriate for these summaries to be presented not only through the screen, but to allow all the countries to comment on them. Okay, agreed. Guyana has the floor.
Small interjection. I think the report dealing with science and innovation, I think a strong point was made by a number of persons who spoke about young people's involvement in agriculture. I think we should capture that as a whole and ensure that FAO put special effort and play special emphasis on young people's involvement in agriculture so that we can sustain agriculture for the future if we want to achieve this sustainable development goal.
Gracias.
Thank you. Brazil, via Zoom.
Chairman, just to support what just Peru proposed, I think it's important that we have a clear idea of what are we discussing and before sending to the drafting committee. Thank you.
Con mucho gusto para
Gladly, yes, we can present the text in Spanish on the screen.
Sí, claro.
For the delegates from the Caribbean, English-speaking and French-speaking, what we can do is go over each paragraph very slowly, so the interpretation can, you can follow the interpretation if that is acceptable to you, please.
Ok, vamos a dar lectura.
Okay, so we will read the document paragraph by paragraph. The regional conference highlighted that science and innovation include several approaches, technologies, and practices, including the evaluation or the valuation of ancestor. No. I'm sorry. We're going to go to results. I apologize. Okay. The regional conference congratulated the organization for the results obtained in the region in 2020-2021 in response to the priorities and recommendations determined in the 36th period of sessions of the regional conference. Point B. It thanked for the profoundly transformative measures that have been adopted from the arrival in 2019 of the General Director of the FAO, Mr. Xu Dongyu, to guarantee that the organization is adequate to the ends that are proposed, modern, inclusive, and agile, and the introduction of institutional initiatives, for example, the initiative, Hand in Hand, the World Action on the Green Development of Special Agricultural Products, a country, a priority product, the initiative of the 1,000 digital villages, the platform of knowledge on family agriculture, and the program on response and recovery from COVID-19, and encouraged the FAO to continue implementing such initiatives in order to achieve the maximum repercussion possible of the FAO's work at a national scale. Any comments on that? Okay, we'll continue. Wait, can you please show the paragraph that is being discussed, paragraph B? I don't know if you can zoom out a bit. Yes, good. Proceed, please. Letter C. He thanked the response of the FAO regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, in which the summoning power of the organization was taken advantage of, providing support to the members to strengthen their resilience of their agri-food systems and maintain them in operation, because the production and supply of food remained stable during a context of great tension. Argentina. Okay, with regards to the previous item, item B, we took note of the measures. We took note. Instead of expressed our gratitude, we took note. Okay, since it's not an objection but a correction, we will continue. Peru, please. No, thank you, Chair. It was for the same reason. I don't know if we've taken note or maybe acknowledged, but we didn't think that it was very adequate to say expressed gratitude. Okay, so note was taken. Now, letter C, please. Thanked for the response of the FAO to the COVID-19 pandemic, in which the power of summoning of the organization was taken advantage of and provided support to the members so that they could strengthen the resilience of their agri-food systems and maintain them in operation, because the production and the supply of food remained stable in a context of great tension. Any comments? Okay, so letter D. D. Pleasantly accepted the full coherence of the process of planning of the FAO at a country scale in the framework of cooperation of the United Nations for Sustainable Development, based on the efforts of the United Nations System for Development to collectively support the national title holding and address the priorities and gaps of the objectives, the OSDs. Chair, we have the same opinion than with C. I don't know if the word thank would be the most adequate one. Is there an objection on this proposal? I don't think so. Okay, so then we can proceed to modify. And just as in the previous paragraph, we would replace that for acknowledged and took note. Okay, ready. So then we have changed this to acknowledged and took note. In item D that we already read, are there any observations? Can you please use the microphone? Okay, so we're gonna close paragraph by paragraph. So what are we gonna focus on right now? Paragraph C or paragraph D? Okay, in D, please. Well, we want to review B. I'm sorry. It's that you're going so fast. There's a team that's working with us reviewing the document, so at this speed, it's hard for us. Okay, we'll continue slowly. And okay, so we're going to start with B so that all the delegations have the same opportunity to comment. Okay, B, we're going to wait a moment and see if you have any comments. If not, we'll close it and we will not return to it.
¿Alguien desea hacer algún comentario al respecto?
Would anyone like to comment?
Brasil por el Zoom.
Brazil, please. Thank you, Chair. It seems like, okay, took note because it is the conference. Thank you.
Perú, por favor.
Peru, please. Thank you, Chair. In the last part, we're talking about national scale, but we should also include the regional character to achieve the best repercussion. National and regional. National and regional. Okay. Argentina, do you have any comments? In the last paragraph that says, and it's underlined, encourage the FAO to, instead of to continue implementing, to continue discussing these initiatives. Any objections on this? If there are no objections, Chair, you have the floor. Okay, so we'll close this paragraph and move on to the next one. Okay, now paragraph B has been closed. Now let's move on to item C. Okay, on this item, do you have any comments, observations? Okay. Acknowledged and took note. the FAO's response on the COVID-19 pandemic, in which the summoning power of the organization was taken advantage of, and provided support to the members to strengthen the resilience of the agri-food systems and kept them in operation because the supply of food remained stable in a context of great tension. Does anyone have any comment or suggestion? I'll go back to the concept of took note instead of pleasantly received or pleasantly saw. What is Argentina's observation on this? I was commenting on D, I'm sorry.
We're on paragraph C. If there are no comments on paragraph C, then we'll close that paragraph. Chairperson. Paragraph D. Welcomed the full alignment of the FAO planning process at the country level with the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework based on the UN efforts toward development to collectively support national sovereignty and ownership and tackle priorities and gaps in the realm of the SDGs. Any comments on paragraph D? Took note. We also have a question on the meaning of national ownership, in Spanish, titularidad nacional. We don't understand what that means, says the speaker. This refers to a notion that belongs to the reform of the UN system, which means that countries themselves define their cooperation framework for sustainable development. Work programs within FAO and within the UN system therefore need to be aligned with those national frameworks, hence the notion of national ownership. The question is whether we could replace that with members, to collectively support members rather than national ownership. Costa Rica, please. On Zoom. Costa Rica, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chairman. I do apologize, but I've had my hand up for quite a while. I'm sorry, but I'm still on paragraph B. Could you please scroll back up to paragraph B? Because I have a comment on paragraph B. I, of course, respect the decisions made by Dr. Chu Dong-yu. However, I do feel that this was teamwork. Therefore, I can't see it up on the screen right now, but if it states Director General Chu Dong-yu, I believe it should also read "and his team." I think it's his team, along with the Director General, who achieved this progress. Thank you. Thank you. We'll take your comment on an exceptional basis and then move on. Back to paragraph D. Argentina had a comment on paragraph D. Is that correct? Did you request the floor? Replacing national ownership with members. We understand they're synonymous as per the ADG's explanation, but we believe it would be clearer to just say members. Any objections? No objections. We can close this paragraph. D is closed. Next paragraph. E. E for echo. Welcome to the joint work of FAO. Brazil, did you ask for the floor on Zoom on the previous paragraph? Thank you. Chairman, I would like to request that the Secretariat be informed that Zoom participants also need to be given an opportunity to convey their comments. Please don't forget about us. On paragraph D, I would like to propose that we delete full, I would say, alignment rather than full alignment. I'm not sure it was full alignment. Any objections to deleting the word full? With that, Chair, I believe we can move on to the next paragraph. Paragraph E, please. I'd like to ask my colleagues from the Secretariat to let me know immediately when there's a request for the floor from Zoom. E. Welcomed the joint work of FAO with members through active South-South and triangular cooperation, as well as work with other partners, the private sector, civil society, the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger, academia, and the world of science. Highlighted that these types of cooperation allow for resource mobilization, technology exchange, capacity building, knowledge management, the development of innovations, and the identification of good practices. Any comments? Peru, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. I believe there should be an and highlighted that, this type of cooperation. Any additional comments on paragraph E, Panama? Could I please ask you to remove your mask? Thank you. Where it says work with members through active cooperation. Instead of through, it translates into through in English anyway. Any comments on this? Next paragraph, please. Took note with satisfaction of the fact that over $260 million had been allocated to program implementation in the region. Brazil on Zoom. Thank you. I can't compare this figure with those of other regions. Therefore, I'm not sure we should say with satisfaction, because this figure stands in a vacuum. We're not in a position to compare it with those of other regions. So I would say took note of, and so on. Thank you. Any other comments on paragraph F? F for Frank. We'll move on to paragraph G. Welcome the 78% increase in resource mobilization compared with the previous biennium, which exceeded the established target and reflected the dynamic use of technical cooperation program resources, as well as the trust of members and partners in FAO's ability to support the advances made in fulfilling the 2030 agenda. Comments? Next paragraph, please. Paragraph H. Stressed FAO's support to combating IUU fishing, illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, to contribute to sustainability of fisheries in the region. Any comments? Next paragraph, please. I recognized FAO's contribution to matters relating to food and nutrition, in particular through support to school feeding programs, the promotion of short and long value chains, and the promotion of healthy diets. Any comments? Argentina, you have the floor. If there are no comments on I, we'd like to read out a new paragraph for inclusion. Highlighted the need for FAO to use multilaterally agreed language, in particular language agreed under the 2030 Agenda, in drafting its documents, strategic frameworks, and plans of action. That is my suggested paragraph. Right. Stressed the need for FAO to use multilaterally agreed language, comma, particularly language agreed under the 2030 Agenda, comma, in drafting its documents, comma, strategic frameworks and plans of action. That is our draft proposal. Before we move on, let's try to close paragraph I, and then we'll come back to this proposal. We have Brazil, Cuba, and Panama asking for the floor. Brazil, you have the floor.
Brasil tiene la palabra.
Ambassador, you have the floor. After value chains, I don't believe we need to say short and long. It's a way of emphasizing the length of value chains, but I don't think it's necessary. I would like to adamantly support Argentina's proposal. It's important, and we've raised this point many times, including at this conference. Representative of Cuba, you have the floor. Thank you. On I, we would like to add FAO's contribution to supporting the promotion of public policies in its regulatory framework on food security and nutritional education. We would like for this to be reflected, if possible. This is under paragraph I. Welcomed FAO's contribution to supporting the promotion of public policies and regulatory frameworks therein on food sovereignty, acknowledged FAO's contribution to supporting the development or drafting of public policies and related regulatory frameworks on food sovereignty and food security and nutrition education. Before we come back to these text proposals, Panama, did you request the floor? Well, on paragraph I, there's a proposal to include some text. Are there any comments on the inclusion of the text highlighted in red under paragraph I? Panama, you asked for the floor. Thank you. It's the same as before. In the second line, it says, in particular, a través de, and we'd like to say mediante, through. And I don't know whether school feeding is redundant if we're also saying nutrition education. What is your specific proposal, please? Excuse me, Panama, do you have a specific proposal? No? Okay. In that case, we have text proposal under paragraph I. Text in red. Any comments on the draft proposal in red under paragraph I? We support Cuba's proposed text. But as we were saying earlier, on multilaterally agreed language, we can't accept the term sovereignty. We can accept the rest, but not sovereignty. Before we proceed, Secretariat, can we please separate this, separate the paragraph? Thank you. Paragraph I, do we all agree on paragraph I? No specific objections to paragraph I? Brazil on Zoom, please. Brazil, you have the floor. Thank you. Along the same lines as Argentina, I don't think sovereignty fits in to this context. Regulatory frameworks on food security and nutrition education. As for the verb, I'm not sure that support is the best verb. Are those of you who made the proposal in agreement with this new paragraph? Minister of Guyana, could we please ask you to turn off your microphone so that Cuba can take the floor, and then we'll give you the floor. Thank you. Thank you very much. We do agree. We could say support the development of regulatory frameworks, public policies and regulatory frameworks on food security and nutrition education. There's a proposal, and then we'll move to Guyana. There's a proposal whereby sovereignty should be deleted. You agree with that? Let's delete sovereignty. Guyana, you have the floor.
Chair, I would like to see also added on to I, somewhere there, the role of aging farmers and also strong involvement of young people or youth, with a focus, a special program by FAO to involve young people in entrepreneurial development, especially those graduated coming out of tertiary education. So we should find a way and add those sentences in I, between I and J.
And this will be a new sentence? Okay.
Should be a new sentence.
Okay, we are going to close these two ones and then go to the new that you are promoting. ¿Podrían, por favor, de redacción?
Secretariat, could somebody please get the text off the distinguished delegate and then translate it into Spanish so that we can put it up? I believe Guyana's will be N. On J, with this language, I believe we all agree, recognized FAO's contribution to supporting the development of public policies and related regulatory frameworks on food security and nutritional education. We all agree, correct? New paragraph K, proposed by Argentina. Peru, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. On I and J, I believe we should make an effort to merge it into one paragraph and introduce the development of public policy and regulatory frameworks there. It's all part of the same notion. We're already referring to matters related to food and nutrition under I, so I believe that J would be relevant to I as well. Secretariat, did you take note of this? The idea here is to merge I and J, make it a single paragraph. Peru, could you please specifically tell us how you would like the paragraph to read? I'll work on that and then give it to you. Thank you. We'll work on this in a minute. On J, any comments on J? Comments on paragraph J. Stressed the need for FAO to use multilaterally agreed language, in particular, language agreed upon under the 2030 Agenda in drafting its documents, strategic frameworks, and plans of action. Any comments on this new paragraph J? Paragraph J agreed. I would just like to note that we have yet to close paragraph I. We're working on a draft proposal to merge the text. Let's move on. Guyana as well. Guyana is conveying its draft proposal to us, and we will come back to this as well. Let's move on. The regional conference recommended that FAO, continue and intensify its efforts in the realm of resource mobilization and public and private investment to support the 2030 Agenda, the FAO Strategic Framework 2022-2031, and country programming frameworks, emphasizing the importance of identifying and crystallizing in a proactive fashion new opportunities to enhance the work of the organization in the region. Subparagraph A, any comments? Brazil on Zoom. Thank you. I'm not sure it's clear. Continue and intensify its efforts toward resource mobilization. Sure, that's clear, but public and private investment, there's something missing there. Also, enhancing FAO's work, perhaps enhancing the efficiency of FAO's work, but not its work itself. Thank you. Brazil, could we please have your specific proposal with which to amend the text? Thank you very much for your comment. However, if you could guide us with more specific language, then we can put it up on the screen. Thank you. To enhance, continue and intensify its efforts in the realm of resource mobilization. And it just doesn't make sense. FAO doesn't intensify efforts toward public and private investments. There's something missing there, and I'm not sure what the idea the Secretariat is trying to convey is exactly. Provide an incentive or promote investment, perhaps? The Secretariat will propose some language. Julio, you have the floor. Thank you, Ambassador of Brazil. Let's see. FAO, for some years now, through its investment center specifically, has been significantly supporting the development of public investment projects with national and international funding. Many countries in the region have been involved in such endeavors for many years. And this work has been intensified in recent years with the Inter-American Bank for Development, the World Bank, the International Fund for Agricultural Development with Central American Bank for Economic Integration, and the Caribbean Development Bank. With all these banks, FAO works toward developing public investment plans, which sometimes involve national resources from the countries themselves. As for the private sector, this is emerging work, a new work stream. where true FAO doesn't receive funding from the private sector, but rather provides an incentive, promotes and supports private companies who are willing to invest responsibly in supporting the 2030 agenda. We're doing this in Colombia and many countries in the region. But as I was saying, this is an emerging work stream. This is what we were referring to, distinguished ambassador. Ecuador. Thank you. Perhaps continue and intensify efforts to foster public and private investment, to foster public and private investment. Resources to foster public and private investment and support the 2030 agenda. Could you agree to this new language? Brazil, since you made that comment, did you wish to take the floor again? That's exactly what I was proposing. Thank you. Also, at the end of the paragraph, instead of enhancing the work of FAO, enhancing the efficiency of FAO's work or something along those lines. Enhancing its work or increasing its work doesn't necessarily mean that we'll achieve the desired outcome. It might work a lot, but get nowhere. Thank you very much. There are two new inclusions. Any objections? Ecuador. I agree with Brazil. Instead of increasing or enhancing, strengthening. Instead of increasing or enhancing, strengthening the efficiency of the organization in the region, strengthening the efficiency. I'm going to read this out in English. The regional conference recommended that FAO continue and intensify its efforts in the realm of resource mobilization, we can no longer see the text on our screen. Our screens have been switched off. It's coming back now. Perhaps you could read from the screen behind you, Jorge. That FAO continue and intensify its efforts in the realm of resource mobilization to foster public and private investment in support of the 2030 agenda, the FAO Strategic Framework 2022-2031, and country programming frameworks, highlighting the importance of identifying and crystallizing in a proactive fashion new opportunities to strengthen the efficiency and effectiveness of the organization in the region. Please go ahead, Brazil. We can strengthen the work of the organization or enhance efficiency and effectiveness. Strengthening efficiency and effectiveness doesn't seem quite right. I would rather enhance efficiency and effectiveness, but strengthening the work works as well. Brazil's proposal is to strengthen the work and efficiency and effectiveness of the organization in the region. Is that right? We, like Brazil, feel that enhancing efficiency and effectiveness fits in better with the rest of the paragraph. The proposal is therefore to delete strengthen the work and leave in enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of the organization in the region. Can we all agree to this? Next paragraph, please. 18B. Before we move on, I would like to ask for the technical team to please fix these two screens. We need this urgently. B, lend greater importance to the perspective analysis, knowledge management, and digitalization of agri-food systems, and improvements of innovative experiences in countries, subregions, and regions. Any comments on 18B? Brazil. Thank you. It's a minor comment, but I believe it should be important to perspective analysis, to knowledge management, and to the digitalization of agriculture and food systems. I think it reads better. Any additional comments on 18B? Ecuador. Yes, I would like to support what Brazil said. Should it read lend or will lend? Lend. Yes, that FAO should lend. Thank you. Any additional comments on this?
Okay. ¿Alguien tiene algún comentario?
Are there any additional comments on 18B? Yes, it seems that the paragraph that we are looking at is missing the producer, it's missing the people. So maybe developing the rural arrangement or something, we need something a little more concrete. So if you will, let's leave this one in standby, 18B, and we'll go back to the previous paragraphs that we have not yet addressed. Here we have I, which would be, and we've made the changes, it would read as follows. I will read, recognize the contribution of the FAO in issues related to food and nutrition, particularly through the support for programs for school food, promoting value chains, promoting healthy diets, and the contribution of the FAO in supporting the drafting of public policies and regulatory frameworks on food security and nutritional education. Peru. Thank you, Chair. We have a proposed text. I will read it, please. Recognize the contribution of the FAO in issues related to food security and nutrition, particularly, let's go a little bit slower at dictation speed, please. I'll read again. Recognize the contribution of the FAO in the area of food security and nutrition, particularly through support, recommendation, and drafting of public policies and regulatory frameworks on food security and nutritional education.
Muy bien, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And so this paragraph would be there to replace, would it be replacing the previous paragraph or is it new? The proposal then is what you stated. And so the paragraph J, and I will read it in Spanish, recognize the contribution of the FAO in the area of food security and nutrition, particularly through support recognize the contribution of the FAO in the area of food security and nutrition, particularly through support in the recommendation and drafting of policies, regulations, and nutritional education, food school programs, the promotion of value chains, and healthy diets. Is that the proposal for that specific proposal? Are there any comments?
¿Están de acuerdo con el párrafo? Si no hay objeciones.
And so you agree with the paragraph. If there is no objection, we will consider paragraph J as adopted in substitution of the prior paragraph. And we will look at the final paragraph for this. Carolina, please. Argentina will include the text from the last version. Our paragraph on managing knowledge, how would that be? Knowledge management would be innovative experiences in countries and regions with the aim of promoting rural development with an emphasis on small-scale producers and family farming. Thank you, Chair.
Podríamos concluir que
we can conclude that by adding rural people after family farmers. I will read this text and I will ask if there are any comments specifically with regard to the text for 18b. Grant greater importance to the perspective analysis that family farming in rural areas and among indigenous populations. Grant or lend greater importance to perspective analysis, the management of knowledge, digitalization of agri-food systems, and improving innovative experiences in countries, subregions, and regions with the aim of promoting rural rootedness with an emphasis on small-scale family farming producers and indigenous producers. Any comments on this paragraph? Approved, and let's move to the next one. We have one paragraph suggested by Guyana. It's a new paragraph suggested by Guyana.
Te voy a pedir, por favor, que
I would like to ask you to please avoid page breaks. so we can read it straight through. It is paragraph K.
Population, and there is the strong need for heavy focus to be placed on the involvement of youth in agro-entrepreneurial initiatives through FAO technical and innovation plans. ¿Estarían de acuerdo con esto?
Do you agree with this text added at the request of Guyana? Are there any comments on this? Any specific comments?
So, Mr. Chair, if you could get the and therefore strong need for heavy focus. So that therefore, THEREFORE, there, right, therefore. Strong. Right, strong need for heavy, that's it.
Okay.
Right.
Do you agree with this text? Are there any specific comments to paragraph K? Brazil is recognized.
I agree with the proposal and I support it, but I guess it would be better to put over the years after aging farmers' population. Thank you.
No, okay.
Over the years.
Recognize the issue of the aging farmers' population over the years. Esa sería la modificación que está solicitando. ¿Están de acuerdo con esto?
Would that be the modification you're requesting? Do you agree with the text?
Guyana, do you agree with this?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair. That look,
okay.
That should be added.
Okay, pasemos al siguiente.
Next, please. With that, we have concluded reviewing the document on the results. Cuba is recognized. We have been assessing this based on the proposal made by the Peruvian delegation, and we believe that we should maybe maintain the text as proposed by Cuba, because in the Peruvian proposal you talk about nutritional education as something additional, and in fact it's something that's already included. It's a part of public policies, and it's an important part of public policies. We need to promote educational on nutrition in order to instill this culture in a new generation, and so we think that this should be part of the frameworks and public policies. Peru, do you have a response? Yes. This might be an issue of drafting, but if we can review the drafting as it is, because we also included this in recommendations for policies, because this isn't just a drafting, but it's a specific recommendation. It's part of something to include. It's nutritional education. So I don't know if that would improve the drafting. Cuba, would you be satisfied with if in this text we put something specific and additional into the text? Perhaps the comment could come after regulation. Maybe that comment's not helping things. We had made a proposal. Please, we had made a proposal that we felt was appropriate. We wanted to support the drafting of public policies and their regulatory frameworks on food security and nutritional education. We saw this as something that was much more holistic, although we know that education on nutrition is part of a policy, but it's also a cross-cutting axis. And what I'm getting at is that we're trying to seek out a drafting that will reconcile this with our friends from Peru. Let's do the following. Let's leave this paragraph in standby, and I'll ask that a delegate from Peru and a delegate from Cuba work together, and you bring it back to the plenary so that we can approve it in the plenary. So I would ask that you please make that effort so that at the end of we are able to put something up on the screen and approve it. And so we will leave that paragraph again on standby. I would like to ask if anyone has any inspiration for what to add to the paragraph with Peru and Cuba. If you could please speak. Thank you, Chair. I have a comment on point B, something additional that was mentioned by Argentina, lower. On 18B, below that. The others are closed. Was it in reference to this text? Yes, the last part, with the aim of promoting rural rootedness and the emphasis, with an emphasis on rural producers, family farmers, and indigenous producers. The message seems to give greater analysis on the digitalization and prospective study, restricted just to rural and indigenous family farming. And with regard to the concept, we talk a lot about family farming. And so I don't know if we are referring to small-scale producers and family farmers. Is that correct? Because in reality, I would seek a way for all of the support management, digitalization, anything. It's part of the rural sector, isn't it? Unless we are going to place something in particular focus. Not necessarily Peru. In countries, as I've spoken to Ecuador, for example, we are really focusing on family farming in rural areas, rural family farming, because family farming might be a company. And so we need to focus on rural family farming. Perhaps one comment might be that we are missing a comma after family farming, comma, as well as rural and indigenous farming, and then this would be more balanced. And so we believe that this strikes a balance between new technology and more vulnerable individuals. And so there is the emphasis, but at the end of the day, it affects all producers, including those who may be further away from technology. I see that Costa Rica and Brazil have requested the floor. Do you agree on this point? And if so, we can move on to Brazil and Costa Rica. Costa Rica, you are recognized. Thank you. I have, in fact, 2 comments. One is on point B, which you added, and secondly, with the first part, and I agree with Peru that family farming is very broad. It includes rural and indigenous family farming. I don't know why we're making a distinction. Maybe a comma would help things, but it's not entirely clear because we have I would put down small-scale family farming producers, period. We don't need to start bringing up rural family farmers, our indigenous family farmers, and all of that. Thank you very much. So we have a request to remove the specification indigenous and rural. Once again, we have 2 projects that are founded with international bodies, and they are specifically aimed at rural family farming producers. And so this is a concept. Yes. In Bolivia, we have decided to maintain this concept of family farming, but also we have the concept of indigenous and rural family farming, which you will see as this is a cross-cutting axis. And are there any comment? Let's note the comment from Costa Rica and move on to Brazil, please. Thank you. After listening closely to the Peruvian delegation, I think that the problem is in the expression "in order to." And with this, we are limiting all of the initial importance of this topic. I would propose that this be and to replace that we replace in order to with special emphasis on rural rootedness. We have a request there. Ecuador is requesting the floor. Yes, along the same lines of the chair. After family farming, comma, in particular, rural and indigenous family farming. Therefore, we will be able to highlight what we want to highlight. Let me read this for everyone's understanding, particularly those who are listening to the English version, and then we will see if we have an agreement. Grant greater importance to perspective analysis, knowledge management, digitalization of agri-food systems, and the improvement of innovative experiences in countries, sub-regions, and regions, particularly promotion of rural rootedness with an emphasis on small-scale family farming producers, particularly rural and indigenous producers. Are there any comments on this text? All right, Chair, we can approve the text, and let's leave the paragraph that they are working on between Peru and Cuba on standby and move on to the next document we are drafting. Let's project the next document on the screen, and I would like to ask you to please eliminate the page breaks so that we have just one continuous text.
Perdón, Presidente.
I apologize, Chair. I had made a comment on point B, which was not included. Point B on the first part. I apologize. I apologize. That point is already closed. It doesn't matter. I had already made a comment before it was closed, and you did not include that. Please, can you project it? Can you please project the document, point B? Thank you. And thank you to you and your team. Thank you to everyone. Yes, it was included at that time. The next document, please. Updated information on the drafting of the FAO strategy for science and innovation, 21. The regional conference, A, underscored that science and innovation support a wide variety of approaches, technologies, and practices, including the value of ancestral knowledge from indigenous peoples that may contribute to addressing the challenges of agri-food systems. Are there any comments on this? Paragraph 1. No comments. We'll move to the next point.
¿Alguien tiene algún?
Are there any comments on that? And so we will move to 21B. Highlighted that science and innovation could be powerful drivers of the transformation of agri-food systems if they are accompanied by robust institutions, good governance, political will, favorable regulatory frameworks, and effective measures to promote equality among stakeholders in the agri-food system, the inclusion of and generation of opportunities for indigenous people, Afro-descendants, women, and young people. Any comments on this paragraph? Any comments? Brazil, please, is recognized. Thank you once again. Honestly, I believe that there is a huge confusion in this paragraph. There are different concepts at play, and they're not necessarily coherent. And so this is a reality of the agri-food system. It might work very well in a regime that doesn't have a lot of political will and good governance. And so all of that is secondary. It's more important for us to be talking about a proposal for a strategy for innovation. And that isn't even mentioned here. This is the second paragraph, and there is no mention of the most important thing, which is the strategy presented by the chief scientist. Thank you very much. Are there any specific comments on this? Specifically, Chair, it seems that a lot of the concepts here are better received in previous paragraphs, and we would suggest removing this paragraph because it seems, just as Brazil stated, it's confusing and it doesn't bring anything new to the table. So I'd like to raise this to the plenary. Does anyone else believe that does anyone second the proposal that we eliminate this paragraph? Do you agree that we eliminate the paragraph? Does anyone support the paragraph in any way? Is there any support for this paragraph? Please put it back on the screen. Don't take it off yet. With all due respect, I think that science and innovation supports a wide variety of focuses, and it might be powerful drivers of innovation in the agri-food systems. I would say if they include stakeholders from the agri-food system and opportunities for Afro-descendant and indigenous populations. Is there any proposal, Chair? Because Afro-descendant populations are not mentioned in any previous paragraphs. And how does the text look? Brazil is recognized. Yes, for two reasons. First of all, the most important thing is to second emphatically the proposal from Argentina. I still do not understand what this paragraph is trying to say and the relationship that it has with the strategy specifically. And after that, with all due respect and discretion, I would like to ask if the chair is presiding or if he is a delegate from Ecuador, because we have member states that are participating here, and I apologize for being so undiplomatic in this context.
Ahí.
Ecuador, please. Yes, thank you. I would like to highlight two issues. The chip has run out. All right, there we are. So when I began my first intervention at this very important session, I congratulated the chair of this summit, the Minister of Agriculture of Ecuador, who Dear Minister of Ecuador, who has well-known national leadership when it comes to public policy, and the idea was to maintain coherence in the processes that we are addressing in this regional conference on technical issues, as we address in the FAO, and this is a contribution that should be welcome. With all respect, due respect to the delegate of Brazil. To the chair of the summit, these contributions are appropriate and absolutely in line and coordinated with the texts we are looking at now. And I would even add that the chair, who is the chair of the Ecuadorian delegation, is trying to say that we should not forget the issue of inclusion and vulnerable populations, and this is the fundamental point of this vision. Thank you very much. Any additional comments on this paragraph B? There is a motion that we eliminate the paragraph, which the chair is proposing a summary of the conclusions, and that is to inform. And with regard to the paragraph that is being proposed and the perspective that we are trying to include on indigenous people, Afro-descendants, women, and young people, we are trying to come up with a proposal that will be placed for your consideration on this paragraph B.
The proposal is to delete the entire paragraph. Can we approve that proposal? Can we delete the paragraph? Brazil, Bolivia. Thank you very much. In this morning's statement, I mentioned that many ministers from the region are looking to innovation as a solution to the challenges of our time. I believe that we should capitalize on innovation so that science and innovation can drive the solutions that we find, so that our society, our youth, and our farmers can be active players in this transformation system. I therefore agree with the comment for the inclusion of Afro-descendants, women, and youth in this paragraph. Thank you. Brazil, you have the floor again. Thank you very much. I still have the impression that this paragraph is a little muddled. I have nothing against the notions for indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, women, and youth to have opportunities. However, the concepts are very confused. So if we are going to insist on this inclusion, my suggestion is for the Secretariat to split this paragraph into 2 or 3 paragraphs with simpler ideas and a link to the strategy that we're discussing. Because strategy is nowhere in the text for now. It's only the 3rd paragraph. Thank you. Thank you. Argentina has the floor. Thank you. With a view to finding a compromise solution and way out, we have a proposed paragraph which we believe summarizes a few of the ideas from the text that's up on the screen. I'll read this out at dictation speed. Stressed that science and innovation are powerful drivers for the improvement of food systems, food and agriculture systems. And here comes the change. Oh, you're writing it all over again, I see. And can promote inclusion and the generation of opportunities for producers, comma, in particular indigenous peoples, comma, Afro-descendants, comma, women, and youth. That is our proposal. Any objections to this proposal?
¿Algún comentario sobre este punto?
Any comments on this? It would substitute the previous paragraph. That's the proposal, right? I'll read it out for the interpretation. But first, Paraguay has the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm struck by the verb tense. We believe we should say are rather than might be. On Zoom, we have Brazil and Costa Rica asking for the floor. Brazil, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I believe that Argentina's proposal is a lot more objective and reflects the importance of what we discussed so that the concepts are not muddled. I agree with Argentina's proposal. Thank you. Costa Rica has the floor. I also agree in saying that Argentina's proposal is clearer. But I think you left out in particular for indigenous peoples, for descendants, and so on. I think that's what Argentina said in particular, and I think it's clear that way. I believe there is consensus on including this paragraph rather than the first one. I'll read it out. Stress that science and innovation are powerful drivers for improving agri-food systems and can promote inclusion and the generation of opportunities for producers, in particular indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, women, and youth. Any comments? Bolivia. I believe that FAO has made great efforts to support indigenous peoples, native communities. Can we make that inclusion, Chair?
Okay, antes de leer.
Before I read this out, Ecuador asked for the floor. Thank you very much, Chairman. I just wanted to highlight our colleague from Argentina's proposal and Paraguay's comment and Bolivia's additional comment, including all vulnerable sectors in the paragraph. Thank you. Brazil. Thank you. Instead of might be able to, can promote the inclusion of. I'll read out the paragraph again. Stressed that science and innovation are powerful drivers for improving agri-food systems and can promote inclusion and the generation of opportunities for producers, in particular native and local communities, indigenous peoples, peasants, Afro-descendants, women, and youth. Does everybody agree? By acclamation? Next paragraph, please. Paragraph C. Valued the strategy's contribution to strengthening FAO's normative work with all members, and in particular developing countries with a solid scientific basis. Any comments? Seeing none, we can move on to the next paragraph. Paragraph D. No, Argentina asked for the floor. Since the strategy has yet to be approved, this should be in the future tense. Valued the strategy's future contribution, or rather valued the contribution that the strategy will make. We should use the future tense. Any additional comments on paragraph C? Argentina, did you say you were going to prepare an additional text proposal? Paragraph D. Ecuador, apologies. Thank you. I just wanted to say, in particular, for developing country members, the way it's currently worded in the Spanish version no longer exists. Any other comments from other delegations? Seeing none, we can move on to the next paragraph, paragraph D. Welcomed the development of the FAO Science and Innovation Strategy as a key tool for contributing to the implementation of the FAO Strategic Framework 2022-2031 and stressed its intersectoral relevance across the work of the organization. Any comments on D? Any comments on D? Like above, well, actually, as we were saying above, that the contribution will happen in the future, it's difficult to say that we welcome. Perhaps we could say look forward to the development of the FAO strategy for science and innovation as a key tool and so on. Let's make that change so that we can read it out for everyone. Hope that, or look forward to, the development of the strategy acting as a key tool. We aspire to, or hope. Hope, aspire to. I will read out the proposed paragraph. Aspire to making the development of the FAO strategy for science and innovation playing a key role in contributing to the implementation of the FAO Strategic Framework 2022-2031 and stressed its intersectoral relevance to all the work of the organization. Any additional comments? Paraguay, you have the floor. We're using the first person rather than the third person. We believe that we should also say cross-cutting. Highlighted its intersectoral and cross-cutting relevance is what we'd like to say for the work of the organization. Brazil. I had the same comment as Paraguay. Thank you very much. Paraguay, I believe we should use the third person rather than the first person. Any other comments? Approved. Paragraph E. Could we please take out the page break? Took note of the consultation process which led to the development of the FAO Strategy for Science and Innovation and its approval by the FAO Council. Any comments on E? We should also use the future tense here. Any comments on this? For those colleagues on Zoom, could I please ask you to raise your hand if you wish to take the floor? We're not taking comments from the chat box on Zoom. You'll have to raise your hand and take the floor. I'll read this out. Took note of the consultation process for the development of the FAO Strategy for Science and Innovation and its approval by the FAO Council. Do we all agree? Took note of the consultation process that is leading to the development of the FAO strategy and so on. Ecuador, please. Took note of the consultation process that is being conducted for the development of the strategy. Could we please have that up on the screen? That is being conducted, the consultation process that's being conducted.
Okay. Peru.
Peru. If we change the tense, then we also need to say with a view to the FAO Council approving it. We can't say and its approval. I'll read this out for the interpretation into the other languages. Took note of the consultation process that is being conducted for the development of the FAO Strategy for Science and Innovation with a view to having it approved by the FAO Council. Panama. Secretariat. I would change took note into welcomed the consultation process. Welcomed the consultation process. Argentina, you have the floor. It's the 170th Council of FAO. Otherwise, we don't know exactly which council. The council session. Council 170, the 170th Council session.
Panamá, volvió a pedirle la palabra, no, ya está.
Any other comments? Any other comments? Next paragraph, please. agreed with the draft vision, objective, scope, and pillars of the FAO Science and Innovation Strategy. Any comments on this paragraph? Brazil? You have the floor. I cannot accept. Agreed. We, among other delegations, made several proposals for changes to the draft strategy. Therefore, we would have to say, took note of the draft, and so on. Any comments on this? I'll read out the paragraph. Took note of the draft vision, objectives, scope, and pillars of the FAO Science and Innovation Strategy. Do we all agree? Yes, we support Brazil's proposal. Ecuador. I do agree. I just wanted to move up to the previous paragraph to make it consistent with this. Took note with appreciation. I think this is multilaterally agreed language, so that it's consistent with this new paragraph, that's all. Thank you. The regional conference recommended that FAO, take into account the regional context and specificities when it comes to implementing the FAO Science and Innovation Strategy. Ecuador. Apologies once again for taking the floor so many times. Perhaps it's a matter of grammar that FAO take into account. It's again a matter of verb tense. To strengthen the language, could we perhaps try out the language? What would the language proposal be specifically? Consider, adopt, and promote. That FAO consider the regional context and specificities. The regional conference recommended that FAO consider, adopt, and promote. This is a proposal for all three subparagraphs. Let's start with subparagraph A. Can we agree? I'll read it out and then we can move on, Chair. Consider the regional context and specificities when it comes to implementing the FAO Science and Innovation Strategy. Do we all agree? Next, adopt an approach that guarantees access and affordability. Access to and affordability of innovation in an inclusive fashion. Do we all agree? C, promote partnerships in particular with public research institutions and the private sector and exchanges among members. Any objections or comments? If there are no... Brazil, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. I think it's important that we go back to a proposal that Argentina made on multilaterally agreed language and the fact that it should be used in FAO documents, because when we approved that, it was in the previous item, and this is a recurring issue for both strategies. I think not just Brazil and Argentina, but rather the entire region have this concern over the introduction of new terminology, which is not necessarily clear and often reflects specific regional positions. Therefore, I wouldn't propose new language. I would propose that we take the same paragraph from the previous item that Argentina proposed. Thank you. It's our understanding, therefore, that this is a general recommendation on making sure that terminology remains consistent across both items. Is that right? The rapporteur will be able to verify this specifically so that we avoid repeating this paragraph under each item. Argentina. You have the floor. We support Brazil's proposal. Let's go back to Guyana's previous text proposal and see how it reads. Do you have the proposed text? If not, we'll submit it to the rapporteur. Do you have Guyana's text?
Perú y Cuba es el que está.
Peru and Cuba's text is still outstanding. Guyana's was approved. Do we have Peru and Cuba's text proposal? Cuba, you have the floor. Thank you. Our colleague from Peru and I reached an agreement. We've conveyed that to the Secretariat so that you can put it up on the screen. Do we have the text? If not, we'll take a 5-minute break in plenary and then we'll come back to the text. Argentina. Under one of the bullets, under the last paragraph, we have a comment at the end where it refers to context. We would like to say priorities and capacity. That's the way we usually word it. Why don't we do this? Aha, there we have it. That's Peru's and Cuba's text. It's currently being drafted. We'll look at that and then we'll be able to close the entire document.
Muy bien. Una vez.
¿El texto? ¿Leo el texto ese?
Vamos a leer el texto, señor secretario.
We'll read out the text. Thank you. J. This is the agreed text between Cuba and the Delegation of Peru. Acknowledged FAO's contribution to food security and nutrition, in particular through support to recommendations for the development of public policies, regulations in this area, and particularly on nutritional education, school feeding programs, and the promotion of value chains and healthy diets. Do you agree? Any comments or objections? Argentina. We agree with this, and once we're done, we'd like to move to the other paragraph if possible. Thank you. Given that Peru and Cuba have agreed, we can now go back to Argentina's proposed text. Brazil, did you request the floor? Brazil, you have the floor. It's just a small change that I think makes it clear through support and recommendations for the development of public policies, because FAO supports the development and recommendations. Do you agree, Secretariat?
We will reserve our approval and review the suggestion by Argentina. Point A. Context, priorities, and priorities. This is language that we see from the last several councils of the FAO in order to not change the language and maintain coherence. Thank you very much. And so it would be the regional conference recommended that the FAO consider the context, priorities, and capacities of the region when implementing the FAO strategy for science and innovation. And we will conclude with that. Very good. Thank you to all of the delegations. We are finalizing this session, and we will move on to the next item on the order of the day. We will hear from regional organizations, priorities, the four betters, and the SDGs in the second part. That's at LARC 22-2, which is focused on the priorities for the FAO's work for 2022-2023. I would like to invite those present to please express themselves with regard to this topic. Brazil. Brazil is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the four betters organizing principles of FAO Strategic Framework 2022-2031, Brazil would like to share the following comments. On first, better production. Brazil has been highlighting the importance of innovation for building and strengthening sustainable food systems under the three pillars of sustainable development: social, economic, and environmental, as well as sharing best practice with all the producers, with special attention to smallholders and the vulnerable ones. Brazil has been internationally recognized as being at the vanguard of the agricultural digitalization. Brazil producers use more digital means on their transactions than those in Europe or even in the United States. In 2021, the Brazilian government launched the Agricultural Observatory, a digital platform that unifies statistics and georeference harvest map, climate forecasts, rural credit, fishing sector, and information from other production areas. It's a state-of-the-art data instrument to guide and better orient the decision of agriculture producers in Brazil. Besides, Brazil has been investing in various initiatives with aim at guaranteed more efficient and sustainable production and supply chain. To mention just two of them, strategy on science, technology, innovation for bioeconomy, and bioeconomy production chains, which has the objective to add value to the Brazilian biodiversity, while promoting sustainability and improving the life standards of those involved in the process. Two, better nutrition. Considering the urgent need to produce more nutritious and safe food with the use of fewer resources, Brazil is keen to engage in initiatives in which we can strengthen the agribusiness sector, reduce waste and loss of resources, reinforce the need to recognize that the diversity of cultural realities and environments directly influence the food habits and dietary choices of populations in different areas of the globe. As a result, our commitment in this area would like to mention two Brazilian projects: Platform on Knowledge Management in Food and Nutrition Security, a database for integration and exchange of good practice, and two, Program Food of the Future, now under elaboration, and which will focus on alternative production systems, new foods and ingredients in urban and peri-urban production. Three, better environment. Brazil is keen to promote its agribusiness system, which is based on the premise of the increase of production and at the same time the mitigation of emissions and conservation of soils and water sources. It is important to emphasize that agriculture is part of the solution to many challenges caused by climate change, and that there is not only a single way to tackle these adversities. A good example of this is action plans on science, technology, innovation for sustainable agriculture put in place by Brazil with the central objective of fostering a competitive and sustainable agriculture, focusing on the formation, recuperation, and renovation of degraded areas. Considering that, Brazil is grateful for the opportunity to share the experience of its well-succeeded ABC Plus plans, which combine increased productivity with the mitigation of emissions and the conservation of soils and water sources, here at the 37th edition of LARC. And finally, better life. The question of investment is fundamental for all program areas. Resources are needed to support and strengthen national food systems and to promote adaptation and mitigation to tackle climate change in developed countries. The three dimensions of sustainable development must advance in a balanced and harmonic way. In this sense, it is necessary to bear in mind the social impacts of public policies and services for the agricultural sector, as well as the importance of productive activities for the well-being and economy of large populations, in particular developing countries. Furthermore, Brazil would like to highlight the continuous effort to share its successful experience and best practice with countries in the developing world, especially those in our region. For that matter, FAO has been a fundamental partner. Currently, Brazil and FAO have established a fruitful partnership in several fields, such as development of technical and scientific knowledge on sustainable tropical agriculture, sustainable agriculture and livestock activities, and fighting hunger and malnutrition. Brazil FAO trilateral cooperation has 10 ongoing projects, and I would like to make a special reference to three of them. No Hunger, first one, No Hunger in Latin America and Caribbean 2025. Second, improve public policies through the management of knowledge to the peasant, family, and community agriculture in rural territories of Colombia, and strengthening cotton sector through South-South cooperation. These projects are examples of the Brazilian commitment and contribution to regional endeavors and national actions in favor of the achievement of sustainable development goals. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your patience and understanding, and I promise I'll be brief in the next interventions. Thank you very much again.
Thank you to Brazil. Barbados is recognized. Barbados is via Zoom.
Adelante, Barbados.
Hello and good afternoon. Barbados wants to focus on our priorities as it relates to better production, specifically increasing agricultural productivity through increase in use of innovations in support of what St. Vincent would have referred to with regard to using innovations both for high-tech agriculture as well as for low-tech agricultural solutions. We support the use of both indigenous knowledge as well as priorities as it relates to new and cross-cutting aspects of digital agriculture. That is going to be one of our key focus areas. We would also be looking to ensure that we make sure that our science is in concert with what is going on with nature. As it relates to better environments, we want to also focus on our climate change mitigation strategies, which are ongoing now with the work and assistance from the FAO, specifically as it relates to water augmentation. Additionally, as it relates to soil health and mitigation of our soils in particular. This is going to be key work that we will be working with FAO on in the future. As it relates also to better nutrition, we want to focus not only on nutritional quality, but how we grow our foods. So we're looking at antimicrobial resistance. We want to focus as well in our priority areas as it relates to the use of or reducing the use of pesticides and residues within our food supply, and also how we feed our animals and how that will impact on the quality and the nutritional value of the food products for our people. And finally, as it relates to better life, we also want to speak again on a broader scale with regard to food safety regulations, the work that is supported in that area. We are developing sanitary and phytosanitary legislation that will support that. And we want to be able to put in place systems that would allow us to be able to ensure the safety of our people in that regard. Thank you.
Argentina.
Argentina is recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. We share the importance of the priorities adopted in the framework of the strategic framework that is according to the needs of the region, and it's important to ensure the access to food as a priority, particularly in a context of rising food prices like we're seeing right now. The importance of moving forward in a fairer international trade system that's also more transparent and free of any restrictions and hurdles. This is a major challenge for developing countries. We are concerned with growing inequality. We want a production paradigm with producers at the heart of it, with more producers, more rurality, and it's fundamental to us that everyone has access not only to science and innovation, like we've said before, but also to the value chain as a model for integration that's vertical and horizontal. In the area of climate change, our priority revolves around adaptation. We are not the ones mostly responsible for this phenomenon, and yet we need to continue producing food that the world needs, and this is an ethical imperative. This doesn't mean that we shouldn't make any efforts when it comes to mitigation. Quite the opposite. We have a very strong agenda in this area. However, for us, our priority is food security. Developed countries are the ones who are mostly responsible for climate change. They should finance our transition to a more sustainable system. system of sustainable development. And the greatest effort that we need to put forth along this axis of climate change goes through developed countries, as they are the most responsible. This is also an opportunity, and in the past we've had our vision on the concept of transformation for our food systems, and we cannot share that transition to the blue economy because it does not have international support. This is the contribution. These are the axes of our delegation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your intervention. We will continue the debate tomorrow. I apologize. Guyana is recognized. Guyana.
Very much, Chair, and I will be very brief. First of all, I want to commend and support my colleague from Argentina. I think he has hit the nail on its head. And a small state, we all have to have a level playing field. We have to have access to food and food security. And what we are seeing now around the world with the shortage and scarcity of food, we are seeing a growing inequality. And we are seeing that there are many shocks that small countries, small island states cannot withstand. And it's causing serious economic crisis where large part of the population cannot access 3 meals per day. So as a body, we have an obligation, we have to ensure that we look at all the issues that are causing us in this part of the world to have low food production and causing problems with our productive sector. Small island developing states are hard-pressed also to adapt as climate impact will worsen as it comes, as the the years to come. This is true for countries in the Caribbean. For example, my brother from St. Vincent and the Grenadines this morning highlighted what the volcano did to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Many countries in the Caribbean had to respond to the plea and from St. Vincent. Likewise, us from Guyana over last year, our entire productive sector in the agriculture sector was devastated. So we are the most vulnerable country in the world to natural disaster, and we are highly susceptible to a range of environmental challenges which are intensifying on a daily basis. So the FAO will have to rally around these countries, these vulnerable countries, these countries that cannot withstand and with the shocks that are now being created by the unlevel or the uneven playing field, so to speak. So we must when we leave here this week, we must adopt strategies that will mitigate and put country on an equal footing with other big partners around the world. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Venezuela is recognized via Zoom. Good evening. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Chair. This is the first time that Venezuela has taken the floor, and I would like to therefore congratulate you for your election as the chair of this conference, and we would like to extend our congratulations to the vice chairs and other members of the table. I would also like to salute the regional director, and we thank you for your initial presentation. My delegation would like to express our support for a successful day in which Latin American and Caribbean unity prevails. It is so necessary for us to overcome the challenges that we face today. We support that the regional initiatives adopted at the 36th meeting be adjusted to be in line with the strategic framework of the FAO for 2022-2031. And the access of this is the 4 betters, the priority areas, and cross-cutting areas. The Latin American and Caribbean Union has been greatly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and as a result, we have seen growing food insecurity and economic inequality. Along these lines, we will continue to call for greater solidarity and cooperation. In order to overcome the challenges our region faces, we need sustainable resilient food systems that respect national contexts and understanding that there is no one panacea. And these topics need to be in line with biodiversity, protecting and preserving the environment, and respecting traditional and ancestral knowledge in our indigenous communities. With regard to the regional initiatives, and as stated by the FAO, we are pleased to see that at the very center of our work, we have the way that we are drafting food security and nutrition plans, strengthening national statistics systems, reducing food waste and loss, developing agri-food trade, and noting that this trade needs to be fair. We also are pleased with the development of rural societies that are inclusive and prosperous without losing sight of the importance of urban agriculture, which plays a key role in the relationship with food security. With over 100,000 people who are involved in urban agriculture, we are working to adapt and mitigate climate change. Chair, Venezuela's policy when it comes to agriculture is aimed at ensuring food security and sovereignty in our population's agri-food system, giving a priority to national production and improvements in rural development with inclusion and gender equality. With respect for the environment, to which our indigenous populations have made great contributions. With a view toward protecting our people, we have made great strides with 19 food and social programs, and we can mention, just as an example, the local production supply committees, which are popular organizations that aim to provide balanced nutrition house by house. The school food program known as PI, which provides children and teens at schools with food, and we also have the food houses program, which has provided over 700,000 vulnerable people with food, and we are able to provide special care when it comes to nutrition for children, breastfeeding, and pregnant women, and providing them with healthy food. These are just some examples of our programs in line with the four betters. Dear delegates, Chair, systematic and sustained application of unilateral coercive measures that affect some countries, such as ours, are violations of the UN Charter. They have a negative impact on food security, and we remind you that under no circumstances should we deprive people of their own means of subsistence and development, as stated in the 2030 Agenda. To conclude, from Venezuela, we staunchly believe that it's only through cooperation, solidarity, and complementarity we will be able to move toward a sustainable, supported agri-food system in the framework of the 2030 Agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Venezuela. Mexico is now recognized via Zoom. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to thank the FAO for this document. This is a working plan document, and therefore we have a lot of comments, but I will only share a few. The first is that given the recent events between Ukraine and Russia, and we need to look at how these events will affect our working plan, and it is important for us to review this work plan because we will face an impact in some part of the agricultural trade, and that will be felt around the world. It is urgently necessary. Interpreter regrets that the sound quality is not sufficient to provide interpreting. Interpreting services will resume when the sound quality improves.
Para ayudar a los países a disminuir la dependencia en el consumo de granos.
We need to reduce countries' dependence on the consumption of grains. This is not the case for all countries, but I think that we need to reflect on this topic. Along those lines, it is also important for the FAO to accelerate its efforts, and it will be very interesting to see if the FAO has any data on chains of production that are not grains, the harvest of vegetables, for example. Interpreter once again regrets, but the sound quality is insufficient so as to allow for interpreting services. Interpreting services will resume when the sound quality improves.
Con la productividad. Entonces habría que ver. Felicitamos de verdad a la FAO por estar pensando mucho en el tema de suelos y agua. Creemos que la FAO debe fortalecer y ayudarnos a trabajar mucho en todo lo que tiene que ver con la nutrición saludable, y ayudarnos a reducir las enfermedades no transmisibles. Y aquí una parte importante es cómo es que vamos a bajar el costo de estas dietas saludables. Yo creo que aquí ojalá y nos pudiera ayudar, es una recomendación que se deberá incluir acá. Con respecto al comercio, sin estar en desacuerdo con lo que han dicho mis antecesores, creo que es importante que en el documento se haga un mayor esfuerzo al desarrollo de mercados locales y mercados regionales dentro del país. No tenemos mucha influencia en esto y me parece que desde históricamente el desarrollo de mercados locales es una necesidad. Esto contrasta un poco con lo que en el otro documento se habla del trabajo con los mercados mayoristas. Entonces queremos ver cómo va a continuar ese trabajo. En el caso de la biodiversidad, yo quisiera sugerir que en todo su trabajo se le dé más atención al tema de polinizadores. Este es un tema urgente en todo el mundo y urgente en América Latina. Quisiera, en el documento, si bien se menciona, me parece que se pierde la importancia de la ganadería, de los bosques y del sector acuícola y de la pesca. Sería muy importante que lo pudiéramos actuar. Después tenemos algunas preguntas que yo quisiera. ¿Cómo van a priorizar? En su programa no nos dice cómo van a priorizar estas áreas. ¿Cuánto se va a asignar? ¿Cómo se va a definir la asignación? ¿Cómo se va a evaluar? Y si se tienen líneas de base e indicadores. Para poder aprobar un plan de trabajo, de alguna manera necesitamos tener una idea. Hay algunas evidencias en los anexos, me parece que son muy buenas, pero sí valdría la pena que se pudiera hacer un esfuerzo más. ¿Cómo se van a utilizar los recursos de cuota, los recursos del programa de cooperación? ¿Cómo se va a priorizar? ¿Cómo se va a asignar? ¿Y cómo lo vamos a evaluar? Estos son algunos comentarios para mejorar este programa de trabajo propuesto por la FAO, y con gusto seguimos dispuestos al diálogo para apoyar y fortalecer la institución. Muy amable y buenas noches desde Roma.
Thank you, Chair. There have been many references made by many different members about how these regional priorities are translated into concrete actions and initiatives in each of our countries and sub-regions, and one of them even at the regional scale. In each country, the FAO has or is in the process of updating our country program framework. And this is a foundational document that defines the concrete activities that the FAO is committed to carrying out in the next specific time period. Secondly, these priorities that we have proposed to you are in large part the result of the biannual verification process that we have been carrying out from September to November of last year. During that annual planning, we speak with each country and we identify the specific results. We made a commitment to doing that in Argentina, Antigua and Barbuda, etc., in all of the countries, all the way down to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Based on those working plans, we build our major regional priorities. These are not in a vacuum. They have specific results, and behind each result there are budgets and specific time frames and technical personnel from the FAO, etc., both in the country and in the regional office, the sub-regional office, and at the headquarters. You can be sure, dear delegates, that these priorities that we have set out in the document have been established in a regional framework, and they all translate into specific budgets, activities, and commitments. Thank you very much. Thank you for your explanation, Sub-Director, and I'd like to share an interesting piece of information. We have 4,200 people who are watching on streaming through social media, and I would also like to thank you for your interventions made hitherto. We will continue this debate tomorrow as we have 2 plenaries planned to continue with our deliberations on these topics. One of them will be held in the morning and the other in the afternoon. And so let's continue following the order of requests for the floor by the Secretariat. Now, before we close today's session, let's open the floor to provide a space for the spokespeople for non-government stakeholders who have participated in the regional consultation process prior to the regional conference of the FAO. They have prepared statements that will be included as official documents to this conference. Each one will have 5 minutes for their intervention. We will begin with Ms. Laura Hernandez. She is the representative of the Continental Link for Indigenous Women of the Americas and spokeswoman of civil society organizations. Ms. Hernandez, I give you the floor.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. On March 4th and 7th, 2022, in preparation for this 37th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, we met with family farmers, rural communities, artisanal fishers and women, consumers, indigenous peoples, Afro-descendant populations, peasants, women, youth, and people with disabilities from the entire region who, for decades, have fought for food sovereignty and better living conditions in their territories to eradicate hunger, food insecurity, and inequalities. The COVID-19 pandemic and the effects of climate change have deepened the social and economic exclusion and marginalization of family farmers, fishing communities, indigenous peoples, and women, among other groups, generating greater gaps and guaranteeing the human right to food, as well as access to the basic food basket, income, and local markets. Also, the health crisis has had adverse effects on health, education, and work in families and communities, in addition to the criminalization of environmental defenders. If the impacts and setbacks caused by COVID-19 are not addressed, the SDG on Zero Hunger, SDG 2, will not be achieved by 2030, and those whose livelihoods are based on food and agriculture, who are among the most vulnerable in the region, will once again be left behind. Faced with this scenario, the region's civil society organizations and actors have prepared the following statement to be presented to FAO and the ministers and high-level officials of the member nations. A. We call for an end to agricultural policies that in most countries emphasize large-scale production for the export of natural resources and raw materials, resulting in processes that intensify the development of extractive mega projects, the loss of biodiversity, climate change, and the violation of human rights, while encouraging the consumption of ultra-processed products. B. It's imperative that the policies and economies in countries decentralize the capitalist approach to production and markets, while strengthening the circular economy and local markets for the promotion of sustainable agriculture and fishing. We urge members to adopt an approach aligned with agroecology, which is a productive system and way of life based on the conservation of the environment, preservation and multiplication of native seeds, reproduction of ancestral knowledge, healthy diets, and sustainable rural development. We urge states to effectively address climate change. They must adopt a joint strategy on disaster mitigation and prevention at the regional level while promoting sustainable food production systems with a focus on agroecology and promote territorial management system. It is essential to impose sanctions on those entities that pollute our territories. We call for concrete actions and strategies that link the governance and management of territories with natural and water resources so as to combat desertification and improve soil quality through composting, natural methods, and biomass. We urge that free, prior, and informed consent be guaranteed as a collective human right that affects land, territories, and natural resources of indigenous peoples and local communities, while promoting territorial restitution and restoration to safeguard our rights and territories in free trade agreements and private sector instruments for economic development. We urge the recognition of the fact that states are responsible for complying with the instruments, agreements, and commitments endorsed at the national and international level, specifically on human rights, public policies, and programs for access to adequate food and nutrition. We call on governments to ensure at all levels mechanisms to prevent and safeguard against possible conflicts of interest. And we urge states to effectively apply regulatory measures that limit or prevent the production and marketing of genetically modified foods generated by transnational corporations and strengthen sustainable food systems based on agroecology and the knowledge and practices of family, peasant, and indigenous agriculture. We urge governments and their institutions to define specific actions to reduce food loss and waste. We urge governments to design and implement targeted and inclusive public policies with an adequate budgetary allocation aimed at meeting the demands of family farmers, rural communities, Afro-descendant populations, indigenous peoples, the fisheries sector, consumers, women, youth, and people with disabilities, among others. We urge FAO to establish a multi-sectoral participatory monitoring mechanism to analyze compliance with regional initiatives in which CSOs are strategic actors that contribute to their design, implementation, and monitoring. We urge states to create multi-sectoral national committees to design action plans with targeted public policy guidelines based on the UN Decade for Family Farming, the International Year of Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture, the Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, and other instruments. We demand the democratization of digital technologies based on the principles of accessibility, affordability, inclusion, and participation, as well as permanent training processes and culturally sensitive technological innovations. We ask states to carry out national, sub-regional, and regional agricultural censuses, generating data on problems pertaining to the food and agriculture sector. Finally, we, as civil society organizations, reaffirm our commitment to continue collaborating in the development of policy instruments that guarantee the rights of peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean and preserve our territories and natural resources with concrete actions for the reduction of poverty, hunger, and inequalities that persist in our region. We continue to promote and facilitate the unity of Latin American and Caribbean peoples to achieve food sovereignty and security. Thank you very much. Any comments? In order for the interpreters to adequately convey the message, could we please ask speakers to speak at a slower pace? Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we have Mr. Santiago Lopez, the Executive Director of a Food and Beverage Association and the private sector spokesperson. He will be giving us the views of the private sector organizations that took part in the regional consultation. Can we please ask you to stick to the 5-minute time limit? We, the private sector, represent the agricultural, livestock, fishery, forestry, and aquaculture production and food and beverage processing system, which includes large-scale production and marketing, integrated into value chains in export markets, as well as micro and small-scale producers, including artisans and family farmers, organized through various business models such as associations and cooperatives, among others. This statement was a consultative process. We believe in guaranteeing food security that provides diets that are aligned with the needs of each population. And we take with great responsibility the challenges that the loss of biodiversity and other challenges imposes on us. We must ensure that there are balances to do with protecting millions of jobs, well-being, and the needs of future generations as variables with which to combat poverty and hunger through social and economic equity. However, these balances are threatened by the effects of supply chain disruptions and food price increases that limit marketing and create barriers through unnecessary tariffs. We believe that a holistic approach can improve the situation and limit the impact on these sectors and provide a safe, healthy, balanced diet. Hence the need for promoting cooperation between governments, international organizations, civil society actors, academia, and science through joint actions with the private sector. And I will describe some actions we could take. We urge that governments reduce the cost of formality through excessive regulation, inefficient requirements and procedures, or high fiscal and parafiscal burdens. We should promote access to credit and incentivize technology and tools and instruments such as the Green Fund, among others. We can thus accelerate models that facilitate our approach to tackling climate change. We promote partnership models to increase the capacities of various groups that share our territories, the development of specialized production, links associated with conservation objectives, or nutritional, technological, and productive innovation. The producer association models, such as cooperatives and others, are key strategies for the promotion of innovation and state-of-the-art technology, among others. We should provide incentives for the creation of circular economy models as a new engine of development in order to design more sustainable production processes, generate new jobs, and improve economic and social profitability. The private sector has made advances in this area through the use and development of inputs We also invite members to develop regulatory frameworks and measurement standards. Let us adopt innovative regulations. Let us ensure that supply chains are solid. It is essential that we have a healthy, balanced diet aligned with the needs of all populations. Inclusive transparency is also crucial, which calls for a local, regional, national, and international approach and developing our normative frameworks. We favor transparency, inclusive participation, respect for institutions and science, regulatory development processes, academia, civil society, and many others. We believe that different types of agreements should be reached with measurable indicators. We believe that there should be more fora for dialogue. We therefore think there should be a forum for co-creation and debate. The structural problems that we face are huge. We therefore need greater integration and structured dialogue. Together, we can do more. Thank you for your statement. We would now like to ask Ms. Veronica Cesio, professor at the Chemistry Department of the Republic of Uruguay, spokesperson for the Scientific and Academic Committee, to share her sector's views with us. Please go ahead. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for inviting us to take part in this very important event. Distinguished delegates, we are facing times of great transformation, which bring constant challenges that impact food, nutrition, agriculture, the economy, the environment, and regional food security as a whole. Therefore, the formation of alliances and institutional coordination is a key tool so as to achieve food safety. We need to also respect the diversity of our region. It is the richest region in terms of biodiversity, despite the fact that it suffers from the worst social inequality in the world. We need dignified and inclusive and gender-balanced work. We also need to promote the development of mechanisms that support the implementation and follow-up of national and regional standards to guarantee an equitable and sustainable use of resources, linking human rights to safe and nutritious food. The academic and scientific sector wish to foster holistic rural development in line with the SDGs. That is why this committee, which represents Latin America and the Caribbean, would like to submit this statement. Current challenges call for efficient and sustainable food systems that guarantee the quality and safety of food throughout the value chain, and availability to ensure the same safety standards for export and domestic consumption. It is key that academia, with public policy, commit to establishing baselines in our sectors to inform food and nutritional education and policies, the promotion of laws, alliances, and public and private strategies that regulate the quality and safety standards of the food produced, as well as increasing the availability of nutritious food, are of vital importance. There should be incentives for small-scale family farming in order to facilitate the availability of foods with high nutritional value. Academic institutions must actively support the implementation of these guidelines in a context of ethical work, gathering and sharing knowledge among producers, students, educators, decision makers, business people, families, and society in general. The promotion of open communities of mutual learning, linking knowledge and development planning, is an effective mechanism for scientific knowledge to be integrated in all communities and will generate multiplier effects. It's also important to promote the organization of a partnership among the main actors of food chains. And there's a need to recognize the diversity of family farming, languages, and knowledge, as well as the participation of women in the production chain, as this will contribute to the development and implementation of targeted subsistence strategies with an emphasis on the most vulnerable. The promotion of production planning and the adoption of an agroecology approach will allow for greater conservation of natural resources and biodiversity, as well as minimizing the use of agrotoxic products and promoting the respectful and efficient use of soil and water resources. Academic institutions play a significant role in the generation and dissemination of evidence that leads to the recognition of the importance of ancestral knowledge in order to address nutritional problems, challenges, consumption habits, and lifestyles. We need regulatory mechanisms that safeguard this knowledge and practices, with adequate remuneration for the development of communities that hold this knowledge. It's important that we highlight that these societies cannot be left out and that remote areas be taken into account. The strengthening of capacities in digital innovation and smart agriculture is also a comparative advantage. With the support of academia, this will facilitate better decision making. We need to interact with all actors across the food chain. It's important that we foster partnerships for better access to food markets. Good practices in line with communities and their customs will minimize the impact that our actions have on the environment. Strengthening research and development will foster the adoption of modern technologies. It's essential this be taken into account along with nutritional education. It's important that we foster the inclusion of academia. FAO is a strategic partner. It is key that we create a regional network for academia and the scientific sector so that we can address the themes identified along with FAO and other sectors. Productive alliances and partnerships for peace are of key importance for food and nutrition security of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por su intervención.
Thank you very much for your statement. As the last part of this statement, we'd give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Flores, spokesperson for the Parliamentary Fronts Against Hunger of Latin America and the Caribbean. You have 5 minutes, sir, to share with us the views of the Parliamentary Fronts Against Hunger. Jairo, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger of Latin America and the Caribbean, I'd like to extend a warm greeting and recognition to all those present and the authorities of FAO Latin America, Mr. Julio Verdaguer, the government of Ecuador, and all the authorities and ministers who are here and who have made this conference possible. This conference is the fruit of hard work and a commitment to unity and to fulfilling the 2030 agenda, especially as applies to food and agriculture. As coordinator for the Parliamentary Fronts Against Hunger, which includes more than 400 lawmakers committed to better food and better agriculture for all, I would like to state that it is an honor for me to be part of this event, representing 21 national parliaments and 4 regional parliaments that make up our great parliamentary platform. It is truly a tragedy, in line with the figures that Mr. Verdaguer mentioned at the beginning of today's session, that today nearly 60 million people suffer from hunger in the region. We cannot allow food insecurity to affect 267 million people. Most of these are women who suffer from malnutrition and related problems. Malnutrition and hunger, generally speaking, affect women, indigenous peoples, and children. For some 10 years now, we have been working together, different parties and regions, in drafting public policies that recognize the right to adequate food, both in constitutions and in legal bodies. Above all, to work hand in hand with FAO and its regional and country offices as well as headquarters for better nutrition. We have been drafting laws for more sustainable, balanced and inclusive food systems. We welcome the fact that as part of Regional Initiative 1, there's a specific commitment to continuity and technical support to the parliamentary front so that we can continue to drive policies, regulations to combat these scourges in our countries. We join in the thrust of the 3 cross-cutting themes proposed in the document for this conference: gender, youth, and inclusion. In the last biennium and during the pandemic, we have worked on some work streams that I'll quickly go through. With a view to achieving better nutrition, we have invested in more sustainable and inclusive food systems. This through some laws and budgets. For instance, the law on school feeding in my country, Guatemala, where 1 out of every 2 children suffers from a degree of chronic malnutrition. I'd also like to mention the model law on food loss and waste recently adopted by the Ordinary Assembly of Par Latino on February 12, 2022. When it comes to challenges and opportunities related to better production, I can also say that we have supported through the creation on public procurement in Colombia and a community level law in Colombia. We have supported the resolution of these challenges. In some countries, such as Guatemala, parliamentary fronts have also been established to support environmental conservation. We have many tasks ahead of us, but I'll summarize this by calling for Latin American and Caribbean Front for Zero Hunger through gender equality, which will seek to engender a serious commitment on the part of our countries with concrete action, budgets, and specific quantification of the way we combat hunger and malnutrition. We should all stand up, leaving no one behind. Let us stand united. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por su intervención.
Thank you very much for your statement. I'd like to thank all the spokespersons from non-governmental organizations for sharing with us their views and positions. These are very relevant to the dialogue and debate process of this regional conference. We would also like to thank and greet all those who took part in the debate in the run-up to the regional conference. You are all invited to continue to take part in the plenary of the regional conference. You can take the floor after requesting the floor. For those delegates who have expressed a wish to take part in the group of delegations who will support the rapporteur, that the group is open to all delegates of member nations. The group will meet in a separate room at 4:45, at 4:45, right after this session. We would like to ask that you be punctual so that we can start our work. I'll now give the floor to the Secretary of the Conference for any announcements. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. We would like to kindly ask delegations to send to the Secretariat's email address the name and email address of anyone who wishes to take part in the group of delegates who will support the rapporteur, either in person or virtually, so that we can reserve them a spot on the regional conference's platform so that you can take part in person and or virtually. In order to do so, you need to send to the Secretariat's email and to the Secretariat's email address the name and email address of whoever wishes to take part. My colleague Pamela Rosero will now inform us on measures taken to make this regional conference more sustainable. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Distinguished Secretary. I'd like to inform all delegations that the 37th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean has proposed some environmental sustainability measures which we'd like to share with all of you. This conference is different, given that some 96% of the advertising material will not be used just once. The material used for the registration table will be used to make bags for seeds for farmers. We will also be using material to build shelters for animals. We have reduced the use of plastic bottles. We have replaced some of our printed information with digital information. We have reduced the use of paper and encouraged the use of electronic devices. Our badges are made from Ecuadorian cotton. Please scan the QR code on our advertising material for more information on this sustainability proposal. Thank you.
Señor Presidente,
Chairperson, those were our only announcements. Thank you. Thank you all. Today's session is adjourned. We'll meet tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, Quito time. Thank you very much for your participation.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años, y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes.